There we go. The go live. Sometimes it takes longer than other times. Either way, hello everybody. Good to see you all once again. Welcome to our Thursday Trinity Exposed live show. There's a good reason for this show. It started, as I explain, usually because of Sam Shamoon and his lies and nonstop behavior. And so we thought, well, let's just have a regular schedule of destruction, right? Just overturning, uprooting, and removing his false doctrine from existence to the extent possible, right? We'll find out if in nihilum is an option. But either way, welcome to our Thursday show. We meet every Thursday, like I said, since several months ago when we started dealing with Sam more heavily. And it's a good way also for us to deal with just any Trinitarian issues, questions you may have. We start out doing full destruction videos of Sam, unlike what he does, of course, not even close or a comparison as you've seen. So, nevertheless, Sam will see a video. He'll do several different live streams of multiple hours, pretending to respond to the video, but many times he's not even watched it. He's admitted this, right? It's not like a dispute. I know, it's a disgrace and humiliation. Proverbs 18:13. You do a search at my channel, Proverbs 18:13, videos will come up that explain the whole thing. How Sam is a disgrace. He's a humiliation. We appreciate him for his ability to lie and use information he's learned over time in ways that show adaptability, right? That Sam has the ability to adapt to different systems of belief and flourish within them, even if it's with lies. So it's not like he's the only one that can do this, right? He's just very good at it, and he's very active, right? If you don't deal with Sam, Sam will come and deal with you. I guarantee it. So it's best, in our view, just to wipe him out, right? Total destruction, just like Goliath. What? There's someone out there acting like a pervert and threatening the army of Ja'ol. We'll talk more about that later, too. Oh, well, why is that happening? Okay, why aren't you guys out there killing him? None of you want to do it. Okay, well, that's who we are. We go out there. We realize, okay, Sam is a big liar, but with just a few little pebbles of truth, we can penetrate that metaphorical skull cap. No problem at all, right? Shut him right down, knock him out spiritually, as we say. Right? We don't advocate physical violence, but in the Bible, there are times when that's necessary, and in the Christian sense, metaphorically, it's frequently used. Yes, in the New Testament. Sam does it even more, and more than anyone, and in worse ways. But we try to moderate it and just maintain a Christian association, right? New Testament. Sam's behavior is based on a wide variety of, as I said, influences over time that have driven him insane. He was already gone when he started, I think, as far back as I can remember. And so it's progressed, right? Most people improve. Sam gets worse. He gets better in some ways. I'm not saying that. He learns, like I said already, right? We give him praise, we give him credit, but it's like complimenting Satan. Nevertheless, we're told to give people honor where honor is due. And we don't lie about Sam like he does. And so it's hard, to balance our relationship with Sam because he is our opponent. He's right in our face all the time with false doctrine and lies, right? And blasphemy, right? Number one in all those categories, actually. So if we don't do something, then just go run and hide, okay? And don't bother us. We're out here trying to take down a pervert who's approached the army of Ja'ol and said, hey, I challenge all you guys. I'm a pervert, and I don't think any of you can beat me. And we said, well, wait a minute. We're not used to people acting like that. A lot of the army got confused. David, in this case, it's a metaphor for us and Sam. So I'm adding a little bit to the narrative, but what we do for Sam, right? It's today plus then. And so the metaphor. So we've responded to Sam repeatedly over time. This is not just recently, not even just on YouTube. This has been decades. Sam has been destroyed. Right? There's nothing left. That's why. The only arguments he continues to promote with a few new twists are the same things he's always promoted with twists and been shut down, obliterated, destroyed, right? He gets it all wrong because he's reading his doctrine into the text, which is right. Sam cannot handle the light. He misdefines it. We saw that in part 3, right? He doesn't understand source. He lies about my view. He does that again tonight. Oh, it gets even worse. He says things about my views, and he alleges there are sources. He doesn't come up with them. Claims he can't find the videos. It's crazy. So we're dealing with someone who, while looked at as this, right, apologist for false doctrine on the dragon side, right, we're looking at him like, well, what? Okay, we understand why you're using him. We get it, right? We saw the Protestants go through this. I saw the whole thing. We told him, he said, this guy's nuts. And now they see, right? Only when Sam turns on you does it become a problem. And that is going to happen, okay? There is no avoiding that. That's why you see the way I deal with Sam, right? It's very tricky. You got to be a little tricky. You got to be ahead of Sam. You got to stay a few steps ahead of Sam. Or he will stay ahead of you, and he'll be waiting for you when you least expect it. Can't do that to us, though, right? We see everything happening. We have the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, all of it. No Trinity. Sam's worshiping a God that literally was not required of Christians till the 4th century. Right? It's not in the Bible. And even between that time, no, was not required. It took a pagan emperor, all the things I usually say, right? And we know all about it. Now, so I don't have to repeat it. We know all about what he did and what. Oh, okay. We got other people today, right? They're kind of on the dragon side like Sam. We'll get to the full destruction of his 8/17/24 video, which is now gone, right? After tonight, it might as well not exist because it doesn't exist because it is gone. But we're glad it exists in the memory of destruction. It will continue to rise and show everybody, no way. This guy's crazy. He gets it all wrong because he's just reading what's wrong into what's right. Can't see the light. Can't handle the light. That's why Sam loves to find his way out into the darkness. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, so we got Sam today, not only promoting all this Trinity stuff we're going to destroy in a moment, but we've got him going crazy again, right? We got him going insane. If you heard him and William Albrecht the other day talking about, well, it was mainly Sam, right? They were both together, but Sam started going off on idols, trying to attack Christian Prince, and using all the same already destroyed arguments. All of them, right? The cherubim, the copper serpent. So he's a dishonest person. We know this through the Trinity. It's all of it, everybody. Okay? Yeah, he's a good arguer. Satan's a good liar. Okay, next. Right, so we don't want anything to do with him, right? Otherwise, you'll be your own pope while you're telling people to listen to the pope, and he's lying to everybody. It's crazy stuff. And it's not just the pope, like Sam showed. It's the Eastern Orthodox, too. Earlier in this century, Patriarch Bartholomew said the same thing. So these guys are gone. We already know that, right? We already know that the Catholic Church is the dragon church. We showed that. We went through everything. Sam has no response. There is none. It's history. It's fact. And you don't even need that. Just look at the guy who came in and caused all this to happen. Yeah, I don't think we'll be listening to a pagan emperor anytime soon. You can have him and Athanasius, right? Sam loves to go after these idols, right? I've responded to every single one of those texts, you liar, and you know it. I have a whole video on it in CW Jaw Talk playlist. Anyone can go find it. Or just type idols at my channel. It's a big image on the thumbnail of 2 angels in gold over the Ark of the Covenant. What Sam doesn't understand and what he lied about to everybody the other day in saying and reading those texts from the Old Testament is those were commands by Yahweh. And the copper serpent, which was also commanded, when they took it, and this is what Sam, again, did not bring up because he's a liar, when they took it and used it beyond the purpose for which God said to take it and use it, what happened? That's right. Punishment from Yahweh. So, you little pervert, where is your justification? Where were you told anywhere in the New Testament? Let alone the Old, but right, we're talking about Mary here. specifically, or Jesus. We can get into all kinds of other statues and stuff. Cross. Mary, Jesus, and the cross. Where were you told, pervert? And that's what you are. You're a Bible rapist, pervert, butcher, and sodomite. No one should forget that. Okay, this guy has no business out here teaching this stuff. He should be submitting to his Pope. He's a bad Catholic. Sam, you are a bad Catholic. You should have a nickname. Bad Catholic, right? Everybody who refuses to listen to Pope Francis and what he said is a bad Catholic. You know better than the Pope, do you? We had to wait for you. Ha! We had to wait for Sam. No, we had to wait for this Catholic. No, we had to wait for this Catholic. The successor to Peter wasn't good enough. No, we had to wait for you. I think if I'm a Catholic, I'll just listen to the Pope, okay? Yeah, I don't want to be a bad Catholic. You little perverts. And all the things he keeps saying and reading from the New Testament, as I've explained before, we'll get back to the idols in a minute. He's a pervert. But on this Pope stuff, they have no one around him. He even doubled up. We can go to him and have him repent. No, it's over. These guys are pathetic. They're weak. They're cowards. They wouldn't even be doing this probably without money. Let's be honest, everybody. Most of them don't hold down full-time jobs. Most of them are just here to continuously promote themselves and their lies and this church that they belong to. You know what, pervert? A church is not a building, and it never was until your pagan emperor came along and changed everything. Did you know that? Exactly. No, it's like the New Testament says explicitly. They met in homes. That's right. I have a whole video on it too. And you know about it, but you still lie about it because you're a pervert. And we know this. That's why I'm telling this. So no one forgets this. Okay? And your whole thing about the New Testament letters, and I have whole videos on that too, submitting to people taking lead. You just don't ever learn, do you? The nonstop lying. Well, you're associated with the devil, so Dragon Church. So how are you going to do that, right? You'd have to leave that church. It's what we're trying to get you to do, pervert. Now that you're your own pope, it's one step removed. Maybe there's hope. Either way, okay? We don't need to have a Dragon Church tell us these things about God's metaphysic that the apostles and Jesus himself couldn't tell us about, or any of the prophets, or any of the angels. And we don't need the Dragon Church to tell us we have to meet in public buildings that everyone has to come and donate and pay for, so you guys have more authority and control over that building and the ability to meet, to have people meet and take communion. Yeah, that gives you good control, doesn't it? Oh, right. Dragon Church. Exactly. No, that's not the New Testament church. Show me where you find that, pervert. Show me where you find the New Testament Christians under inspiration of the Holy Spirit paying to meet in a public location, and so that everybody knows where they are and they can come in anytime they want if they donate, I guess. No, you're not going to find it, okay? So once again, why don't you become your own pope? And you do this anyway. The hypocrisy of Sam is off the charts, everybody. I don't even think he has a church. Maybe recently. The way he's talking is so incredible. And then these idols, right? We'll get to our show in a moment. He's gone, right? This stuff, I'll put it up. Another week of the Solas Veritas series, so everyone sees that. I'll put the idols video back up on the channel. Totally gone. He doesn't ever tell anyone, yeah, no, these accounts in the Old Testament, they're specifically told by God. And when people use things he specifically tells them to make, like a copper serpent, when people take it after he tells them to make it and use it for something else, it's over, right? So where are you getting your justification for statues of Jesus, Mary, or the cross, you pervert? Exactly, you don't have any. You don't have any history. You only have a history of perverts and liars, people who defy the Bible. Exactly. That's why we can see that when you make these images, you're not guarding yourself from idols, my friend. Did you read that verse at the end of John's first letter? Of course. It's right after one of your favorite texts you love to use and abuse. 1 John 5:20. Verse 21 is what I'm talking about. So you want us to listen to you on verse 20, and you can't figure out verse 21, huh? It says, guard yourself from idols. Not run and guard the idols, you pervert. We got you and William in there guarding the idols. No, it said guard yourselves from the idols. No, no, and no. There is no justification. It was really embarrassing watching you sit there and humiliate William and everybody who was listening to you and pretend like you were actually teaching something that was true. No, those were refuted lies, and you're going to be punished, Sam. You know these things. You know I did that video and you have no response. So why are you saying the same thing? Why didn't you at least try to explain why they were punished when they kept using the copper servant, you pervert? Why don't you try to explain where your justification is for making the statues of Jesus, Mary, and the cross? Right. It doesn't exist. So your whole lesson and lecture was garbage. Just like this. Let me bring up the video from the great pervert, Bible pervert, right? Really the most active, prolific butcher you have. Him and William love that term. I kind of like William though. But either way, I got to deal with everybody, right? And he's with Sam. So till William changes, maybe this Pope thing though. There's something happening there, everybody. There's more coming. I'm going to be talking about that more. Let's let these perverts continue to destroy themselves though, right? It's just this cesspool of incestuous false doctrine, right? You got the Dragon Church is the father of all these false fake churches teaching the same fake, or basically the same fake God and false Jesus. Jesus of the Bible is not good enough for them. They reject him. They not only reject the God of the Bible, right? One God the Father, explicit, even in discussion, Galatians 3:20, one person, not more than one, otherwise no Galatians 3:20. So they're gone. They reject the God of the Bible. They redefine his nature according to a pagan emperor and their false teachers and liars. And the Jesus of the Bible, the created Jesus, firstborn of all creation, his son, his firstborn one, the beginning of the creation by God, the beginning of his works, of his ways. We're going to get into all of it, everybody. Welcome to our Thursday Trinity Exposed live show. We're talking about a pervert, someone who's breaking down at an accelerated pace. Now, we knew this was coming. Remember, we said, get him up there. I still think if we get him, the higher he goes, farther he falls, gone, right? And all the blasphemy he's done, we hold out hope. Maybe with this Pope, although now he's his own Pope, so there might be no hope. But if there is any, we'll hold it out for Sam until the end. And like if he confesses, like whatever, Sam. if you have it in you anywhere and you can condemn the pagan Trinity of Constantine that everyone can see is not in the Bible, okay? Everyone can see this uncreated, eternal Jesus is not in the Bible, okay? And if you didn't believe that before, after tonight, I think you'll be in the light. There's no way you're going to see John 1:1 the same after tonight. And it should have always been that way. This pervert knows about it. He lies. He's read my books. He's heard my videos. He still lies. He can't even see what's right in front of his face like we saw last part before that, and the first part. All the parts, everything. The things this guy says and continues to do are incredible. Now, before we get started, I'll greet everybody. And he's been attacking, of course, Christian Prince, and we kind of dealt with him a little because, of course, they're Trinitarians, right? This is how Trinitarians get along, okay? That's right. You got Sam on your side. You might as well not. Why? It won't make any difference. He will turn on you in a second if he wants to, or feels it's to his benefit. Now, it's also weird, and I'm not going to get into it all here, but we are going to help. We'll call him Christian Prince for now. We also call him Pagan Prince. He is a pagan. He believes in Trinity. So there's no changing that. But because him and Sam are involved, we'll give him a little bit more credibility because Sam doesn't like that. And that's good. And we want Sam breaking down. That's good for him. And that'll help save him, right? The only way to save Sam at this point is to disintegrate him. And then maybe he'll be so broken down, he'll be like, okay, I quit. Trinity's pagan. One God the Father. Firstborn of all creation. Got it. I'm good now. We'll have to evaluate him, right? We'll have to put him on a program. Why? Careful, right? Like 24/7 pretty much, or whatever. We'll watch his fruits as if he makes that change. But either way, that's the only hope we have now. But he's attacking Christian Prince, right? Another pagan, but he's not as pagan as Sam, right? And Sam's gone, right? He's much more antagonistic. He comes after them all, right? We know. So, and we're past all that now, but again, comparatively, Sam is in his own category. Yes, you are unique, Sam. Yeah, no question there. So, none of that changes. In fact, Sam, you might even be more unique the more time goes by, right? We're finding new levels like we've been seeing. So there's more to Sam. I know this, in fact. So we're not putting a cast ceiling on his insanity. No, we're just hoping it ends, right? I said we hold out hope for Sam, but, we're not Sam. So we're not going to run around feeling bad for him. That's what he tries to do. He tries to make us feel bad for him by bringing up all these emotional things and subjects and things he shouldn't be doing. Either way, now he's attacking Christian Prince, someone who, again, fellow Trinitarian, this is how they are. This is their brethren, the love they have among themselves, right? Which they don't, which shows no. So it's over. Now, maybe one of them, right? Maybe Christian Prince and Sam again if he breaks down enough, but still, he's not totally gone yet. Close, we're getting there. Certainly this video. We're going to help Christian Prince out. We're going to do Christian Prince one favor here. Okay, and here's why. I put in my comments. And then we're going to get started. Unbelievable stuff coming up. You better be ready. And I mean in a bad way, right? But also good because it's funny and we'll learn stuff. But it's crazy, right? All the people he's lying to, all the destruction his false doctrine and lies cost. Sam, you should be ashamed of yourself. Shame, shame. Okay, so yeah, we're going to help Christian Prince out. You know why? Because what Sam did... where Sam is good, right? When he comes after you, and he warned Christian Prince, but, you might as well have not, Sam, because you attacked him so hard. It's like, and what's he supposed to do? I guess just bow down. That's what Satan wants, right? I say everyone to bow down for Sam. So we can see it. It's there. You must bow down to Sam or it won't work. If you do that, then temporarily, until he's mad with you, then it'll work. Okay. So that's not working anymore. Christian Prince, like, forget you, Sam. I'm big enough now, and I know more Muslim stuff than you, and he's probably feeling pretty good, and so we're gonna help him out. Sam, though, Christian Prince doesn't seem like he knows like a lot of church history. He doesn't care. That clip Sam played earlier today about Athanasius and Christian Prince's comments. So Sam will rack up those points against him. But that's not what matters. Christian Prince is right there. Now, Sam will get some wins there because, whenever you have to take a step down from a high level, right? Sam knows this. He's very good at deconstructing people, but usually with lies. But he can also use the truth if he has it. All right. So if you give Sam the means to deconstruct you, well, what do you expect him to do? He's not going to show mercy. That's a fact. So, not unless you bow down, right? He gave Prince the option. Before we get started, we're going to help him out. We have the Athanasius series going. We'll do another video, and of course, Sam has no responses. He's bewildered. I doubt he's even read them, and if he has, it's recently because he sees my series and people are like probably bothering him. He doesn't know about the papacy, so he's gone. Either way, probably he's trying to figure out some of these problems with Athanasius. Because he's probably watching my videos on him. So he sees us reading. He's gonna hear it. So that's helping Sam, right? Yes, you're right, Sam. We are here to help you, but not in the way you think. And either way, we're at least helping you in some way. So contradict something you say later. We'll get to it. Either way. We're gonna help Christian Prince out. Because Sam is over attacking, right? It's like the angels. Remember the angels in Zechariah and Daniel? Michael and Gabriel, in Daniel at least. They're with the people, but the nations are, being allowed to enslave and attack them where they're perving out. Sometimes they go too far, though, the nations. It's the whole point Psalm 82. But in these other books, too, like we've reviewed and I mentioned, Yahweh will send one angel to tell the other, hey, I'm going to go punish these guys. They went too far. So... excuse me. Sam has gone too far, right? He's one of the, or if not the, Prince, then he's one of them acting in an influential way towards others. Christian Prince. And he's going too far. Okay, he's maybe had some entitlement, maybe certain things Christian Prince crossed line with Sam in a legitimate way, whatever. But Christian Prince was really taking issue, of course, with the Pope's insanity and all this stuff, and Sam's reacting, protecting William and all these people. So we get this. Sam goes too far, right? He has to. It's Sam. We come in, right? We're the angels from Yahweh. We're saying, look, wait a minute, you pervert. No, you're a liar and you're abusing your authority. So we're gonna help balance the scales, right? New series coming up on Athanasius's pervouts. That won't be the title, but it'll be something like that. And it'll be specific to non-Trinitarian stuff, okay? Christian Prince is a Trinitarian. So he's not going to be on our side, right? That's not the point of this. Point is to aggravate Sam, right? It's good for him. He's too abusive. He's way over the top, so he has to be balanced out. Punishment. So we're going to help Christian Prince out because Sam is also lying and wrong like usual. And so we are on the side of Yahweh and the truth, and they're not. We know this. They don't. They know it, but they're perverts. So Christian Prince is going to see it that way, but I'll tag him in when I do the clips, tag him and Sam in my posting to my community. So at least he has the option of seeing it. It's a pending thing based on my prior videos, maybe some new ones. But clips from the readings we've done where we've read non-Trinitarian insanity from Athanasius that shows they're gone, right? They never talk about stuff that shows this guy's crazy. Not just about the Trinity, but it's all kinds of stuff, right? So we'll give Christian Prince information in a form that shouldn't offend him in terms of like the Trinity. But you can share with him either by sharing the link. I'll add him though, just so he can see I'm saying, hey, this shows this guy he was talking about that you don't know much about. Gone, right? Yeah, he defends the Trinity and all that stuff historically, and you guys are on the same side. But this guy right here, like you were saying, a Christian Prince, he's gone. Doesn't matter what he's saying. Like the Pope today, gone. Like Sam today, gone, right? No, it only matters what the New Testament and New Testament apostles have to say. We hand on their teachings. We've been showing that, right, in our Solus Veritas series. Sam's gone. And they're basically reverting, right, because they can't handle the Pope. It's gone, right? Their whole system's collapsed. It collapses, recollapses, right, and the dragon builds it back up, right? Then he attacks us, and then they act like we weren't there, but we were there, but he was attacking us. So it's just constant back and forth with the dragon, the seed of the woman. Now, dragon's really, he's feeling pressure, right? So we're going to help Christian Prince out. You can let him know, share the link or share the info. I'll start putting those clips up probably tomorrow so that everyone can see Athanasius is gone, even on a non-Trinitarian level, and Sam is a liar. Probably doesn't even agree with him on a lot of stuff, but he's so obsessed with the Trinity and Athanasius' part in its history, doesn't matter.
What they saw, because what
Okay, we're going to bring Sam up here. Let me just say hi to everyone before we get started. Final part of our total destruction of Sam's first 8/17/24 video, total wipeout. And it destroys a lot of, most of every other video he does in connection with it. We'll eventually get to them all, but as I explained before, because people have a lot of questions, and when we do the cremation videos on Sam, takes up the whole show. Covers a lot though. And of course, we get a lot of clips and things. It'll be great. But we'll mix it up. So tonight we'll finish off this pervert's first 8/17/24 video, totally wiping out a bunch of other stuff, right? It's not just John 5:19 through 30, right? We get into all kinds of texts. It's been awesome. Total destruction, right? He has no answer. They still can't answer my unanswerables about John 5:26, which set this whole thing off in large part. We'll get into it more later. Either way, he's gone. So we'll wrap him up tonight. Total destruction of this video, gone. The next Thursday, we'll open it back up to just total open forum questions. We'll do that probably until January. And then after the first of the year, September. Yeah, probably after the first of the year, we'll switch back to destroying Sam's videos. We'll either destroy another John 5 video or a John 8 video or his Shepherd of Hermas video. Oh, and we can take our pick, right? But we'll keep looping Sam in so we can just keep him on the rotation of destruction of false doctrine, right? He did help us start this series, so we'll use it as kind of an ongoing little tribute to Sam. See, Sam, show in honor of you. Maybe I'll retitle it Trinity Exposed Live Show in honor of Sam Shamoon. And his false doctrine. Okay. Let's see what we got here. We'll get started with Sam. Lalo 26. Very nice. First in line tonight. By the way, we will be back live this Saturday. Another Angels of Jah video. Oh, tons of stuff. Keep watching these perverts and their self-destruction. Then we'll get back to Solus Veritas. Excuse me. Get my speaking voice ready. Lalo 26. Everett Commodore. Always a pleasure. Cody Waters. Very nice to see you. Pinkhead. Pumped up. Fiegelfly. Very nice to see you. Jacob Chavez. Good to see you. I'll try to get everybody. We're going to start real quick here. Patsy. Glad I didn't miss you. Proverbs translation also. It will be available in less than a month. Probably right there. So I'll be contacting some of you for address information to ship you free copies. And I'll try to give out as many as I can. Otherwise, you'll have the link made available once it's here. Only when I'll show you the copy, okay? And then I'll say, you can go get it. It's right here. and then we're going to just start sending them. Now, depending on how busy we get, we'll see how it goes. But we'll try to keep the shows regular. We meet every Thursday and Saturday, unless, again, there's a break or, once I get the Proverbs translation published, I might be a little extra busy. We'll see. But we'll still do shows. We've got a lot to talk about. Thursday show, Trinity Exposed Live Show. Betsy. Exegetical Christian. Good to see you. Tarantula Clan. Bringing the heavy emojis, as usual. Purple Rain. Sam is a cunning deceiver. Bad Catholic. That's right. He's a bad Catholic. He's his own pope. He will not submit. Catholics, I want to encourage all of you. Submit to your pope. Okay? Now, I mentioned earlier also Sam perved out on the whole New Testament letter writing stuff. He doesn't understand Jesus' teaching, right? Where two or more there I am. Yeah, if you have enough to make a congregation, a gathering of Christians, of course. Then you have people who are more experienced, take the lead, all those things we read about in the New Testament letters. Sam acts like they say this has to be the case, even if you only have one or two or three people, right? He's gone. We'll get to him on that later. But I've already got videos on it. He's just ignoring them all because he's a pervert. Back TR. Good to see you. I think I got everyone. If I didn't, we got more here. King James. I don't know if that means you're King James only or not, but good to see you. If I missed anyone else, good to see you. We got to get to it though, right? Let's take out a pervert. Let's do some work. Let's see if we can, if we can't save Sam, right? If he's beyond recovery, well, maybe these people, God Logic, Christian Prince, they'll see the Trinity's been, and they should already, but they may not see a lot of this stuff, right? They're dealing with the Pope and all, Muslims. And so more and more we do, eventually it's going to sink in that this guy's gone, right? So maybe then together with all this paganism, then they'll crack the code, right? They'll be like, okay, I cracked the code. One God the Father. I see. Firstborn of all creation. I get it. Yeah. These perverts hate the biblical Jesus, huh? Like, where does the Bible ever say a perfect, sinless image of God created is bad in any way? Where does it ever indicate that in any way at all? Never. Not even in any way. In fact, it glorifies the one who was that way. In Revelation 5, a section of scripture you guys always misuse, and I have videos on. It's a creature, you perverts. He lived and died and was exalted. Exactly. He was exalted because of what he lived and died doing. That's a creature. He was exalted because of what he did as a creature. Not what he did after he was resurrected, you pervert. So you guys are liars. This lie they concoct, this Trinitarian fake God, this Chalcedonian fake Jesus that's not even possible, just like their creation ex nihilo. We'll get to it. This is just designed to take us away from the Jesus of the Bible. They hate, they hate Jesus as God's firstborn son doing this. The devil hates that because he couldn't do it. He's a little baby and a pervert. And he was so weak and pathetic, he pursued his own way instead of the one way from the Father. And so it took the Son to come and show us the Father, and that this guy's a liar. And in doing so, he was exalted to God's right hand, given Holy Spirit. Acts 2, we've talked about it. They're crazy, everybody. They're liars. They're attacking the biblical Jesus. There's no reason to attack a created Jesus, spotless, sinless, perfect lamb. You're liars. You're blasphemers. And they attack that lamb. They say, no, he couldn't have done it. He had to be God. No, he was lower than the gods. Does that sound like God? No. Sounds like the last Adam, which is exactly what he's called. 1 Corinthians 15:45. You guys never deal with it at all because you can't. It's like with the Trinity. No, this person here has been totally confused and misled by Sam, right? We saw this at the end of part 3. He's gone. So let's bring him up. He's a pervert. Oh, let me just check one other thing here. My apologies. Bring up the Bible Hub and have it at least loaded here so we don't have to go through that. And at least I have it all. I know it's right there. Okay. All right, so we're going to bring Sam up again, and we're going to bring him up to hour 2. This is Sam's Arianism Destroyed. Excuse me. John 5:19 through 30 video. I'm going to bring it up again right here. 1 second. Sorry about that. Let me just position this so I can see you guys, so no perv out. Hopefully, right? Sure, there will be attempts. Although Sam, I think, has a live stream going, he knew what was happening. Whether he was going to do it or not, I don't care. I'm not here for people. I'm not here for numbers. I'm here for the truth. It's that simple. That's what I do, why I do what I do. I'm sure other people think the same thing, and that's what I think also. Okay, I think that's good. Apologize for that. Let's bring Sam up here. Get him in full screen. So, we talked about, I was going to bring up Bible Hub here, right? I wonder if we should go ahead and do that. Let's do that. Let's just go ahead and open up with a few things. That what I'm going to do is we're going to read them now. Okay, we can either read them now, lay the groundwork, or when Sam brings up the issues. I think reading them now is better because it'll break it up too much later. We can refer back later as we go through his video, and I can say, remember when we read? And so let's do that. Let's go ahead. We'll bring up Job 38 at the Bible Hub. And let's see. Okay. So you'll remember at the end of last video, right? Kind of, probably 20, 30 minutes of last video, we really got into this whole issue of in the beginning. This question of when were the angels there with God according to Job 38, which we're going to read right now. And is that the same time frame as the Word being with God in the beginning in John 1? And is John 1's beginning the same as Genesis? Well, Sam and I agree they're the same beginning. Sam claimed that the beginning of Genesis 1 includes the creation of the spiritual heavens and all the spirit beings that were created, like the angels. Whereas we read that and it showed very clearly, no, it's explicitly only talking about the physical heavens and the earth. It even summarized it and said that at the beginning of chapter 2, told us the history of the heavens and the earth. Everything it described was the physical heavens and the earth, coming into being from nothing, from total darkness, not even any light, no stars, no nothing. Well, I don't mean the spiritual realm, right? I think that was there, and I'm going to prove that tonight. And we already kind of did in the last part, and I've been doing this for years. Sam just lies. In this case, what he does primarily is he changes the argument. You'll see this numerous times, like he usually does, right? Changes the argument. See, John 1:1 says the Word was in the beginning. We all agree on that. We disagree on what was means, but we'll get to it. Although it really hinges on when the beginning is. That because the word was doesn't mean eternally backwards on its own. Everybody knows that. Excuse me. Sam even agrees with that. You'll see. But its use in the beginning to them, Trinitarians, in their mind means he's eternal. But just think about that. Is that what it really says? Well, only if the beginning is eternity, right? Excuse me. If the word is in the beginning, right? The beginning is a period of time. I'm going to prove that as well in just a moment. Sam doesn't really get into that. They don't really understand time or anything. That blows their mind. But either way, they just look at it as eternity. Excuse me. Get my voice going. It's a little dry. I don't talk as much as I am right now. And I was kind of going at it earlier. Pumped up. It'll settle in though. So, Sam and other Trinitarians think the word being in that beginning of John 1 means he's eternal. What I argue in response partially is that it doesn't say that. It says he's in the beginning. And that the angels, other sons of God, like the word, are there. So it can't be eternity like they want it to be. If it's eternity, the beginning, and the Word and the other sons of God are there with God, well, then they're all eternal, right? That's how they see it. So they say, no, the angels weren't there. Sam explicitly argues that tonight, and he literally proves what we're telling him. Right? It's embarrassing, but we're going to do it anyway. So whatever. His humiliation is disgrace. We told everybody. They still listen to him. Right? This guy literally violates Proverbs 18:13 openly, right? Repeatedly. They still listen to him. So, and he does go there. He does have a side that, where he argues well, like we talked about. So, like Satan, he's lying to them and good at it, and also showing very clearly you shouldn't be following him, right? So either way, the Trinitarians like Sam believe that. So the question is, we all agree the word is in the beginning, right? It says that in John 1. We all agree, most of us anyway, the John 1:1 beginning is the same as the Genesis 1:1 beginning. What we disagree on is whether or not that's eternity before the heavens and the earth were made in Genesis 1:1, right? So if the Word and God were there, and then the heavens and the earth were made, and that's all created things, spiritual and not and physical, and to them, that's eternity, okay? But they're still, even if that's true, they're still said to be in the beginning. They're not said to be like Sam, you're going to hear him. Like 3 or 4 times he misquotes it and uses it as an argument, right? He's a liar. He says that the word was there before the beginning began. He says that. And variations of it multiple times. No. Just says he was in the beginning. So, if the beginning is a period of time, like I've proven and I'm going to show really easily in a moment, and part 3 we show, but we'll show it again in a moment, and not eternity, then they've been lying to everybody, right? If the angels are there in the beginning can't be eternity, no matter what part it is. In the beginning, the meaning of being in the beginning, what it means to be in the beginning, if it's a period of time like I've argued and will argue and show again tonight, it's a period of time that begins with the creation of, well, it begins with Jesus' creation, but not in Genesis 1. Okay? I'm going to show that as well. The beginning doesn't just include, remember Genesis 1:1 says what? In the beginning. Just like John 1:1. It's in the beginning these things are happening. And in the beginning, other things are created like humans, as I'm going to show. It's a period of time. It's the creation of all physical things, universal and planetary, and life. That's all it described. It literally only described that and said, this is the history of all these things. So he's a liar. We proved that conclusively the last half hour, 45 minutes of part 3. Link below. And prove it again tonight. It's actually really easy when you're not lying to everybody. But that's what they believe and what we covered in part 3. So, with that in mind, let's take a look at Job 38. Okay, now Sam gets to this. We're gonna respond to him there as well, but foundation time. Okay, so we don't have to keep going over it. When we get to Sam, we're just going to review him reading it. Excuse me. We're not going to come back and read the Bible Hub. Okay, so this is why. So there's reasons why we're doing it this way, and it makes perfect sense, as you'll see. Let's just start with verse 1. Pay attention, okay? This is very important, so everyone can see real clearly. Sam, you too. He's a liar, okay? We're fooling you. And it's right in front of him and you. And hopefully you all caught it. He might have too, but he lied. Verse 1. Well, let me make it a little bigger. We'll go to the comparative in a minute. I mean the multi. I mean the Greek and Hebrew. I guess this is the multi. You can't see the Greek and Hebrew in this format, though. Then Yahweh spoke to Job out of the storm. He said, "Who is this that obscures my plans with words without knowledge? Brace yourself like a man. I will question you, and you shall answer me." Pay attention here. This is very important. Remember, in the beginning, according to Sam, includes the creation of everything, the heavens and the earth. Well, we agree with that, but he thinks it includes more. We're going to show that's not true. Well, it is true, just not in Genesis 1. This is what he doesn't understand. And so also not John 1, because John 1 uses the explicit words of Genesis 1:1's opening and the parallels that he also mentioned to show it's talking about the exact same thing, okay? But there are other accounts I'm going to show you that go before that and refer to the beginning. I've already done this. He's a liar. Just watch this, though, okay? The question we're asking right now is not, does in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. The question we're asking right here in Job 38 is not, does that include the spirit realms? We're going to get to that, okay? That's not necessary to prove, to show that the angels, the other sons of God, were in the beginning too. That's the argument. That's the argument that Sam not only failed to respond to, failed to caption accurately. Let me show you. He kind of referred to it, but he doesn't respond to it. So the angels are here in the beginning. He actually does. He says it. What I mean is, when he reads this part coming up, you're going to see, he doesn't discuss its relevance, okay? So he brings it up, but he doesn't discuss the problem. Let me show you. Look at verse 4. Where were you? Remember, this is Yael. Verse 1, talking to Job. Right? He's questioning him. Now my throat's feeling really good. Finally, ready. Where were you, Sam, when I laid the earth's foundation? Oh. Well, where was the earth before its foundation was laid? Exactly. It didn't exist yet. It's talking about its creation right here. Tell me if you understand. Does everyone see that? Okay. Does everyone see that Job 38:4 explicitly refers to the creation of the earth, the laying down of its foundation? So, I don't know how much more fundamental to the creation of the planet you can get than its foundation, right? How much more foundational can you get than its foundation, Sam? Well, maybe this, verse 5. Who marked off its dimensions? Surely, you know, Sam, you've been talking about all these things that allegedly happened here and all that was created. Surely you must know who did it and who was here. Well, we're going to read it right now. Let's see. Who stretched a measuring line across it? Oh, so first its foundation is laid, i.e. it's created as a massive material or whatever. And then its dimensions are marked and it's measured adequately. Sounds like creation to me. Verse 6. On what were its footings set? Or who laid its cornerstone? You know, the first thing they put down for the structure, you pervert. Footings and cornerstones. Foundations. Its dimension. This is the creation of the earth. Right. Exactly. What happened in the beginning of Genesis 1:1? In the beginning, Bereshit, God created the heavens and the earth. So if God created the earth in the beginning, which Sam agreed to 100%, right? The angels are in the beginning. Why? Because the verse we all know, verse 7, that even he agrees with, because it's explicit. While the morning stars, Sam's for your Bible, New Living, as the morning stars sang together, and all. There's your parallelism, Sam. Morning stars, angels. We'll get to that later. And all. That includes the angel of Yahweh. Game over. No Trinity. Angel of the Lord right here, Sam. Does all mean all? Hey, perverts. Hey, pagan, Constantinian Bible butchers. Does all mean all, like you rapists insists it means in Colossians 1:15, but then go argue to show it doesn't mean that very thing in the verses that follow. Not just 16 and 17, but the other verses that follow, showing that you're liars, and you only want it to mean all where it supports your doctrine, and it doesn't even do it there. What about right here? Does all mean all? Okay, so all the angels shouted for joy while God is creating the earth. Oh, they're in the beginning, like Greg has been telling everybody, and Sam's been lying about. Because they don't understand the Bible, everybody. They don't understand time. They don't understand beginning. They don't understand God. They don't understand Jesus, the Word, creation, all of it. Angels, all of them, right here in the beginning, like I've been telling you. So the Word's in the beginning with God. The angels are in the beginning with God. And according to the Hebrew and Greek, as we're going to see in a minute, they're all the angels who are with him, all the sons of God, both descriptions of which apply to Jesus, both as the angel of Yahweh in the Old Testament and as the angel of great counsel in prophecy. Isaiah 9:6, Malachi 3, messenger of the covenant, same lies to everybody, and as the Son of God in the New Testament. Exactly. No Trinity. Didn't exist. Has to be read back into it. Or liars have to lie about what's in it. So they're right here, everybody. What's he talking about? He's a pervert. How in the world did Sam Shamoon come up with a whole video of multiple hours in which he claimed that the angels are not in the beginning after he proceeds to read, as you're going to see, texts that show they're in the beginning? Why? He's blind as a perverted bat on steroids. That's why. Now let's take a look at the Hebrew and the Greek. He's gone. I mean, the level to which I told you every line will be crossed for his false doctrine. They don't care, everybody. Doesn't matter if the Greek text shows very clearly that's all the angels, you pervert. Meaning the angel of Yahweh, whom you say is Jesus. So right here, he's with God in the beginning with the other angels and sons of God. Yeah, I'll show you sons in just a minute too. So, John 1:1, the word is in the beginning. No eternity anywhere. It's all temporal in terms of in the beginning, and being there doesn't mean you're before being there, as we just showed with Job 38. Let's take a look at the Greek. This is sweets, but unless there's a textual issue, we'll use it. Right, so we're in Job 38:7, Greek translation. NIV didn't really translate what's in the Hebrew, as you'll see. It says sons. The Septuagint says angels, though. In fact, look at this. It says, all angels of me. Pontes angeloi mu. So right there, every angel is with God. It doesn't make an exception. The angel of Yahweh is not only an angel of Yahweh, he's one of his angels. He explicitly states in Exodus 23 and elsewhere, I'm setting ahead of you my angel. So it's over. All my angels. That has to include the angel of the Lord, Michael the archangel, or at least the angel of the Lord, Jesus. No Trinity. So right here we have evidence. The angels were in the beginning with God and Jesus. If he would have to be one of these angels, right? He's the angel of great counsel, you pervert. He's the messenger of the covenant, angel of the covenant, pervert, Malachi 3. He's also, apart from prophecy, even according to you, angel of the Old Testament. God's angels, he makes his angel spirit, Psalm 104, Hebrews 1, game over. Right here. All. Does all mean all perverts? Of course it does. So it's game over. All my angels. Angel of the Lord is here too, if not the reference of John 1:1. So what is Sam Shamoon talking about? He's crazy. He's lying to everybody is what he's doing. So nobody should be following this guy, okay? He's literally proving my doctrine while lying to you about it, and he just knows most of you are not going to care at all as long as he tells you what you want to hear. Let's look at the Hebrew. Job 38:7, when sang together, right? This was after the creation of the earth. We'd read it. It's unbelievably descriptive. And we'll get to the implications of that in just a moment because it's over. When sang together the stars mourning and shouted for joy, all pervert. Call. Hey, Sam, does all mean all if it's in Greek and Hebrew? Or should we just pretend it doesn't mean all? Right? Because Jesus is not only an angel, one of God's angels, right? Angel of the Old Testament, Exodus 23, and by prophecy, and he's the Son of God, you pervert. It says all, Banai Elohim. Does all mean all Trinitarians? Unbelievable. All right, so at this point, either the angels exist as sons of God with God in the beginning, and Jesus is not yet a son of God, or he was a son of God in the beginning as the Word. Yeah, because Revelation 19:11, you perverts, Trinitarian and non, shows that the Word of God is a name that John just used the word part of when he was referring to the Word existing with God in the beginning, as one of the all angels, Angeloi, as one of the all sons of God, Benai Elohim. Right, so what do you not understand? That angels are sons of God. It's literally right here in Job 38:7. Those of you who don't seem to understand, the Bible teaches it explicitly. The Jews believed it explicitly, and it disproves the Trinity. Exactly, because it shows Jesus had to have been a son of God with these sons of God in the beginning, just like the New Testament teaches. Or you're saying that what? The sons of God as angels were there before the Word became the Son? You guys are gone, right? It is catastrophic. So we not only have Jesus being one of the all angels, all my angels, Job 37 Greek, angel of the Old Testament and in prophecy, but of course he would have been the one in the Old Testament, the same one, but still the same one in prophecy after becoming a man, or as a man speaking one of the words of the Father. Either way, it's over. Or we have as the sons of God in the Hebrew, NIV, sons of God right here. All of them, you pervert. So there's no avoiding it. Jesus includes himself with the other sons of God in John 10:33 through 36. He even quotes a text from the Old Testament for any other sons of God as gods in defense of him being called the Theos as one of the sons of God who are right here with God in the beginning, John 1:1. It's over, right? He literally defends himself against the accusation of being God in the singular, Theos, the very thing he's described as in John 1:1c, using the text that calls sons of God gods in the plural, which is what he is in John 1:1 in the beginning, proven by Job 38:7, no Trinity. Yeah, I told you all, he's crazy. Everything this Dragon Church has done and is doing is gone. They're just losing their authority. More information is available. We ripped the Bible from their hands finally, right after centuries of persecution, right? Millennia, right? Or one. He's gone. He went back to the worst possible place because he's gone. Yes, nothing. They have nothing. We've destroyed everything they're doing. We weren't having to deal with Watchtower even earlier on. We'd be far ahead of where we are now. Everybody starts somewhere, especially this pervert. And who knows where he'll end up. He's probably right where he belongs, right? In the heart of the dragon, right? Lying about everything, misrepresenting the Bible, being his own pope, promoting statues and idols and lying about the statues and idols in the Bible. Gone. All right, let's take a look at Genesis now. Right? So, well, let's actually go to Mark. Remember I told you we're going to prove. So we already saw last week, right? See part 3, last 45 minutes or so. We talked about Genesis and John 1 initially to show this in the beginning is a whole period of time, right? It even says that part of the creation in the beginning was separated as a day or a yom, right? I don't think day is accurate there. Before there were even sun, moon, and stars to give time for seasons, days, and years. So obviously God is keeping time because it's a measurement that he uses for everything he does in relation to each other, which would be no different for anything described in Genesis 1. And it isn't, right? So it says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. So we know Jesus, the Word, and the other sons of God, angels, were there. We've proven that. It's indisputable. Done. No Trinity. It's over right there. But we're gonna finish this stuff off, right? The fact that these guys have the nerve at all to think they're gonna make a comeback, you guys are gonna fall on your faces and get punished for not listening to the Bible and to the New Testament apostles and the Old Testament prophets. You guys are following a pagan emperor and a confirmed liar, misogynist, and pagan in Athanasius. Clips coming on that soon. Mark 10. I have a whole section on this in all of my editions of Jehovah's Witnesses Defended, so there's no excuse for Sam or anybody not to know this. He just avoids it all. Doesn't get into any of it. Can't explain any of it. Just reads Trinity. Mark 10:6. This is just one piece of evidence I presented in my writings and videos and articles over the years that you'll see. Just get one of my JWD defended editions. Look up John 1:1. Look at Mark 10:6. Okay? So you have Genesis 1 that describes the beginning as a whole process of the heavens and the earth coming into being, the physical. And then it describes God acting on those physical heavens and the earth, making the earth a habitable place, filling the heavens physical with stars, the sun, and moons. It doesn't talk about anything spiritual. He's a liar. He's a pervert. And then after it describes everything, it says, this is the history of the heavens and the earth when they were created. Everything it described was physical. Nothing spiritual. Some history there. No. It's the history of what it says. The heavens and the earth that are described, you pervert. Look at this as well. So we know it's a whole period of creation, starting with the heavens and the earth and moving all the way through at least the creation of man right here. Jesus says, from the beginning of creation, or beginning of creation, male and female, he made them. And creation is often a limited term, just like all things are. It's context specific to whatever it's talking about. In this case, the physical creation. So from the beginning of creation, which is what Genesis 1 is talking about, John 1 is talking about, the beginning of all physical things that we would be concerned with, right? We're not metaphysical beings, you pervert. What would it do to tell us about the creation of the history of the spirit realms and all that, which it doesn't do, while referring to what it describes as the history of those things? So no, it's not those things. What is the beginning is the creation of all physical things, heavens, earth, and everything after it, including humans, right here. From the beginning of creation. Doesn't have to use the article just like in John 1 and Genesis 1 Greek Septuagint. From beginning of creation, male and female, he made them, right? And we know he's talking about Adam and Eve. That's the Genesis 1 account, right? Genesis 1, 2. So again, this guy is out of his mind. He just doesn't accept the Bible. We already know this, right? They don't accept it on anything, right? From God to Jesus to statues to Mary, sons of God being in the beginning, doesn't matter. They only want their pagan theology. That's it. That's their commitment. That's their livelihood. They are not going to sacrifice themselves for what the Bible teaches. No way. Nothing they show indicates that at all. We got to deal with it. Very obvious though, right? Well, if they were created from the beginning, you pervert. It says in Genesis 1:1, in the beginning, heavens and the earth were created. Doesn't say anything about humans. So if you want to see humans in the creation of the earth, which it doesn't then go on to describe until much later, because the earth has to be made in all kinds of ways. It's formless and void after it's made. So it's created. It's there. In the beginning, the heavens and the earth. He keeps ignoring that. He's a liar. Heavens and the earth were created in the beginning. Job 38 shows the creation of the earth is where the angels were. All the sons of God, all the angels. Done. Game over. Can't use John 1:1 anymore. No, that argument's finished. We'll get to your pathetic aim, which depends on in the beginning's meaning anyway, so it's over. So we know for sure the beginning is a period of time, everyone. It starts with the creation of the heavens and ends with the creation of man. Heavens and the earth, they're created at the same time. Creation is the space in which the heavens, like the outer space, where all of these galaxies and things are. The space itself, okay? Where the earth was, in which the earth was made. The earth, everybody, as we saw last week, and as you can see yourself, just read Genesis 1. The earth is made before the sun, moon, and stars. Oh, yeah. So if the angels are there when the earth is created, and they are, the angels are there before all the stars and everything in the heavens. And I believe they're there before the actual heaven, the physical heavens. He thinks Genesis 1 includes the spirit realm, though, which is not anywhere described, right? And contradicted by everything I just said. He's crazy. All right, so it's very clear, is it not? Jesus and the sons of God were in the beginning of Genesis 1 and John 1. It's talking, even if he's right, that heavens in Genesis 1 includes the spirit heavens, it doesn't change the fact the angels are in the beginning of Genesis 1 because it extends to the creation of the earth. It includes it. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. So if you stay in the heavens or the spirit heavens, they're created at the same time as the earth. It says it right there. And no matter what, the angels are there when the earth is created. So that's the beginning. That's still the beginning, you pervert. The creation of the earth is in the beginning. Genesis 1:1, the first verse of the Bible, and you're still getting it wrong. This is how screwed up they are, everybody. Or how deceptive, right? This is what the devil does. Sam is like that. He is. He's satanic. He's a resistor of the truth. That's why he can't even figure out the opening verse of the Bible and see that the angels were there according to Job 38:7. No, he's gone. Job 38:1-7. So he's never going to admit the truth because then he'd have to apologize for his blasphemy and lies and throw himself down and bawl his eyes out in front of everybody like other perverts who don't understand what they're talking about and hopefully confess and get pity for lying to the whole world. You think he has the courage to do that? Me neither. But we'll hope he does. All right. Now, let's jump over to my translations, all right? Let's take a look at Proverbs 8, because, again, we're in the beginning, right? And Sam brings this up later. So I'm going to read it right now, and so we can refer back to it. Sam repeatedly, in addition to all the other lies he's been telling, claims that the word in John 1 is there before the beginning began. He says that. You'll see. He's crazy. Okay, so we know Genesis 1 and John 1 aren't talking about that. And the angels are also there in the beginning, according to Job 38. Well, so Sam kind of gets into this idea, and he starts asking this question. He never really answers it, though, but I've answered it many times, right? He's a liar. He's like, well, okay, well, when was Jesus created, right? If he wasn't created when the heavens and the earth were created, well, when was he created? Well, again, he's operating under a false understanding of the very subject. He keeps failing to understand in the beginning is a period of time. So it's not limited. And it can only be limited by the things that are associated with it. That's what they kind of try to get to, but it's in the beginning. It's limited by Genesis 1, so I tell them and they freak out. They claim it's more than what it describes, but it's not, so they're done. Either way, the angels are there, Job 38. So when was Jesus created? When were the angels created, right? You might as well ask that question too. Well, he thinks in Genesis 1. Well, if that's true, when was Jesus created? Right? Because I don't actually think we need to say, even if he's right, that Genesis 1's heavens are the spirit heavens and all the angels, which we've shown it's not, right? He's a liar. Even if it is, well, they're called morning stars in Job 38. So they could have been created in the beginning before the creation of the earth. He's the bright morning star and could have been created as well before them in the beginning. They don't understand. They're not before the beginning. This is all in the beginning, you pervert. So the angels are in the beginning. The word's in the beginning. They were all either before this as the physical beginning, or they're all created in this beginning or as the beginning, as I'm going to show at some point. Okay, well, the only things described in Genesis 1 are the physical things, and it even says that's the history of what we're talking about, right? We know the angels are there according to the creation of the earth, and the earth is there before all the sun, stars, and moon. We read last Thursday. So when was Jesus created? Well, let's take a look. I'm going to show you my translation. This is not yet published, okay? It's coming very soon, though. It doesn't have all my notes, but this is the final form. I'm not putting all my notes on the online edition. I do have some. I've put most of the notes on Proverbs 8 in my online edition to Proverbs 8. I'm just not going to put all of them because there's a lot of them. Maybe over time, because they're very important as well. Definitely need to get the printed edition for all the notes in the appendices and, of course, everything else. But this is not, I'm trying to keep the online translation for an online. I have some notes, like for certain things, a little bit hard to understand at times, but I'm trying to keep it really free-flowing, and save the extended discussion for the printed edition. But I'm going to put some notes. All right, so if we go to Proverbs 8, this is my official translation. This is what will be published. Sorry, although always defer to the print edition. It talks in all these ways, in ways that are similar to Jesus. Then it refers to the actual attribute of wisdom, showing that's not what it is, right? Crazy stuff. Then it goes into the first person, differentiating it from all other attributes that are personalized in some way. Differentiates from Ya'ol, the fear of Ya'ol, right? That this being would have, according to Isaiah 11. There are so many notes to this. In my printed translation, all of this has parallels with Jesus, you'll see. You got to get it. Okay, starting verse 21. I'm sorry, verse 22. Ya'ol created me as the beginning of his activity, before his works made since that time. I'll defend this against anybody. This is what these perverts continue to fail to understand. This is who wisdom is, not some uncreated abstraction. It is created. Katizo kana, game over, followed by nothing but temporal created imagery, used only for created beings, game over. He's the beginning of the beginning, you pervert. The beginning of his activity. Before the works made since that time. Since what time? His activity, you pervert. He was made before his works. What works? It goes on to describe them right here. From an ancient time, verse 23, I was set in place from the start, from a time earlier than the earth. When there were no deep seas, I was born. Right there, game over. When there were no springs full of water, when he had not yet put down the mountains, ahead of the hills, I was born. No Trinity, no temporality, birth imagery, preceded by creation, done and done and done and done. Verse 26, when he had not yet made land or fields or the beginning of the world's particulate matter. When he started to prepare the sky heavens, I was there. Let us make. In the beginning, God made the heavens and the earth right here, you pervert. I was there. When he cut a boundary line on the surface of the deep sea, that's exactly what we read in Job 38, you pervert. Wisdom is literally talking about the exact same things described in Job 38, 1-7 we just read. When the angels and other sons of God were also there. Why? Because they, like this angel and son of God, this prince, were created before his works made since that time. Only wisdom is described here because it's the subject and the first. So the angels came between Jesus' wisdom as the beginning the first of his works, and the physical creations described in Genesis 1 and right here, you pervert. So you couldn't figure that out on your own, huh? After all the times I've cited and discussed this text, and you've read it, your Trinitarianism has you that blind, huh? That you can't read a text that's applied to Jesus throughout the early church. Jesus calls himself the wisdom in the New Testament. It describes things only applicable to him as the Son of God or another Son of God who was in the beginning with God, according to Job 38, no Trinity. So right here, everybody, wisdom is with God in the beginning after being made before his works. The beginning of his activity before his works since that time. Since what time? Since he was made as the beginning, you perverts. Yeah, you're liars. You don't follow the Bible. You don't believe the Bible. If you did, what would you believe about the Bible and Jesus as wisdom? Created as the beginning before his works since that time. Since what time? This time. Earlier than the earth when there were no seas, when he had not yet put down the mountains. Sounds like Genesis 1:1, creation of the heavens and the earth before the earth was acted upon. It was formless and void, no mountains, no seas, from a time earlier than the earth when the angels were even around, you pervert. Why? We read it. They were there and applauding when the foundation was laid down, when the dimensions were calculated. Exactly, all the things you avoided because of your false doctrine and patheticness. Very obvious for anyone else to see. All these things, right? He began to make the clouds firm when he began to set a limit for the ocean so no water would pass beyond what he says. All Genesis 1:1 stuff, everybody. That's what wisdom is describing as the beginning. His work since he was made as the beginning. Because it was before his work since that time, which is the Genesis 1:1, in the beginning. Not as the beginning, you pervert. He's the beginning. And he's in the beginning, which is a period of time since his creation. Note right here, justifying that with more information in the print edition. That is when I came to be, in his presence as a skilled worker. This is my translation, coming soon, printed form. I became a joy day to day, enjoying life in front of him all the time. And even the other sons of God were there too. He was the first one, though. He said that right here. As the beginning, before his work, since that time, no Trinity. No, the angels were there in the Genesis 1:1 beginning as well. Job 38, no Trinity. Wisdom, Jesus created as the beginning of his work since that time. Angels made between his creation and the creation of the heavens and the earth. Real simple for anyone to understand who's not led by a pagan emperor. It's a whole note here and in the print edition on skilled worker, why I translate it that way. All kinds of stuff here you need to see, right? Not to mention the goings forth in the Greek translation. I forget, this is the Hebrew. So let's go to the Greek. That's my Hebrew translation. So we can see real quick, real clearly, right, from the Hebrew, he's the beginning of the beginning. He's the beginning of God's creation and the beginning of his works made since that time, which includes the angels and the heavens and the earth. I'll be right back, and we will take a look at the Greek translation of Proverbs 8. Okay, so we'll get back to Sam in just a minute here. Oh, we're gonna wipe him out. Okay, we're gonna finish him off properly for his lies and pathetic behavior and blasphemy. Sam needs to be stopped. He's lying and misleading a lot of people for his own. He shouldn't even be teaching. He's not qualified in terms of, mental stability. He's gone. Makes us all look bad. And he insults everybody and their mothers, as we all know. He's crazy. Proverbs 8, any lies, right? The lies and false doctrine is the end, right? That's the end for me. Once you cross the line and you show you're just a Bible butcher, pervert, rapist, and sodomite, it's over. Oh, he can try to confess and repent, as we know. But until he does that, forget it. Okay. Tons of notes in this, to the print edition as well. You're not seeing any of them, really, just a couple. Excuse me, because that's how I want it to be on the online. And it gets to all the notes. It's over 800 notes. Put notes in my print edition. It doesn't look right with all the notes in this online edition. This will look better. You can see wisdom speaking very clearly. Egel, hey, Sophia. Little note I put in there. All kinds of things, all kinds of notes here that, right? Counsel is mine, right? Who does that remind you of? Angel of Great Counsel, right? A lot of stuff here that relates to Jesus. You'll see when you get my print edition, appendix, and the notes. Let's go ahead and start verse 21, Greek edition. Here's my translation. Or that I might apportion my property to those loving me, and their treasure rooms I will fill with good possessions. Now, this italicized part is additional to the Greek text of Proverbs. You can tell that also by the plus sign. And it's italicized. This is what it says. It's very important. Because this is wisdom beginning to tell us things. In the Greek edition, it says, if I inform you about what happens each day, I will keep close in mind what things have come forth out of the age of old to number. And then it starts to talk about those things, numbering them as they occurred. Lord Yahweh created me, formicatizo, as the beginning, just like we read in the Hebrew, of his activities regarding his works. So there's no excuse not to accept the created Jesus in the Bible, and it is in fact what Revelation 5 says is acceptable with God in the Trinity. You guys are liars. It's what it teaches. It was created. Everybody knew that except you guys. As the beginning. It's also what Jesus called the New Testament. Revelation 3:14, separate video coming up, and I've talked all about it. Colossians 1:18 says that he might be the one who calls him the beginning. We'll get to it. We'll probably bring up Colossians 1:18. But he might be the one who is first in all things, right? Well, right here, he's number one. He's going to tell us the things out of the age of old, numerically. Number one, Yahweh created me as the beginning of his activities regarding his works, or of the things made since that time. That's why it says in Genesis 1 and John 1, and why in Job 38 it describes in the beginning. They're already created. Jesus and the other, all of them. All the sons of God, angels, Job 38, are there as the heavens and the earth are being made. The earth wasn't even there, and it's before the entire universe of light, suns, moons, and stars. Only the physical space was made in Genesis 1, and the formless and void earth. And the angels were there, as we showed. So they're in the beginning, this period that stretches from Jesus, as we see here. Or in Genesis, it only goes from the creation of the physical things. But that's why it's different, right? That's why wisdom is numbering them in order. That's why Job 38 says the angels were already there when those things in Genesis 1 were made. They're not talking about the same things. That's what I keep telling them. That's why Genesis 2 says the history of these things. They're just described. All of which are the physical universe and heavens and planets and stars. Well, when wisdom is describing everything, it starts with her, him, the beginning of his works. Whole note, even more in the print edition, check it out. Verse 23, before the original age, he firmly founded me. In the beginning. Yeah, so earlier in the beginning, as the beginning. As the beginning, Jesus, wisdom, the word, is in the beginning. He's literally the first creation, the firstborn of all creation, you perverts. That's what that means. Yes, it does. Just like firstborn from the dead means the firstborn given life from the dead, because he was dead, he wasn't in existence, no Trinity. Right, he was created from the dead, made a life-giving spirit. 1 Corinthians 15:45. Have you read that text? Well, so what do you think that means? Why don't you guys ever deal with him being resurrected from the dead as a spirit? Genomai. Right. Begotten from the dead. Genao. You're my son, I today have begotten you. That means he was created, you perverts. Was he eternally dead? Right. No, well, he was born from the dead. Well, dead's not eternity. Exactly. No Trinity. Well, when he's firstborn of all creation, this is what it means. All right, that's why Colossians 1:15 talks about more than Genesis 1, more than John 1. That's why Proverbs 8 talks about more than both of them as well. And similar to Colossians 1, it starts with the creation of Jesus. How about that? And then goes on to describe wisdom, the firstborn, being used to create everything else, right? Exactly what we see described about Jesus in Colossians 1 and elsewhere. So you guys can keep your paganism, your pagan pope, your pagan patriarch, and keep guarding all your idols and statues while we guard ourselves from all your false doctrine, lies, and statues. Unbelievable. Before he made the earth, before he made the deep places, before the mountains, before the hills, he gave birth to me. That's when he was created, you pervert. Before Genesis 1:1, as the beginning, in the beginning, which continued on through the creation of man, Adam and Eve, just like the beginning taught us in Mark 10:6. And then there's notes, of course, on Ganal. You guys can read that. We're going to focus here. Verse 26, the Lord made countries, extremely difficult places, highest locations under heaven for being inhabited. When he made the heavens ready, I was there with him. Talking about the physical heavens, you perverts. When he set apart his own throne over the winds, when he made the clouds above strong, when he set in place the reliable water sources under heaven, when he made the foundation of the earth, just like the other sons of God were there, according to Job 38. I was with him putting things together. I was her at whom he would constantly rejoice. And each day, hey, this is before the earth and all things started to keep time on their own with regard to the sun, moon, stars. Yet each day in heaven, in his presence, is happening during every period of time. What are you guys talking about? How do you not see time here? This is during the creation, before all of it. After creation, after Jesus' wisdom was made, they're keeping track of days, periods of time, because that's what time is, you perverts. It's a measurement between objects, actions, thoughts, anything that can be done or conceived of or in any way acted upon in relation to anything else. So for God, that would be eternity, because he's just measuring everything he does and always has done. For us, it would be everything we know or can see in relation to the time that we know about. You guys have no concept of time, even though it's right in front of you in this and in other texts. Okay, so we very clearly established this, haven't we, everybody? I mean, it's game over for Sam. Let's just take a look at one more text, though. Bible, let's go to Colossians 1, right? They forget, everybody. They don't seem to understand. They always try to misrepresent firstborn, of course, defined for us in the Bible, and only use the temporal subjects. They're crazy. They, of course, selectively interpret all to mean only what they want to mean, which is ridiculous. What they fail to understand, though, is verse 18. And he is the head of the body of the church, who is, again, without the article, beginning, firstborn. See the association between these terms, you guys? Beginning, firstborn, out of the dead. That's because they both are temporal terms, like I've been telling everybody, and everyone already knows who only follows the Bible, not these perverts who misdefine and redefine everything according to their perv. Right here. Beginning, firstborn from the dead. They're used in parallel sequence to describe what happened. A start. He's the beginning. Firstborn from the dead, just like he's the beginning. Firstborn of all creation, like we just were reading in Proverbs 8. Consistent with Colossians 1. Right here. Why? So that he might in all things. Does all mean all? Does it only mean all in verses 16 and 17 where you misinterpret it and ignore verse 15? Firstborn of all creation? Oh, because then you could do the same thing in Proverbs 8. Ignore verses 22 and following until you just get to all creation that he helps put together. Right? But if you did that, you'd miss him as the beginning, just like you miss him, her as the beginning, and fail to understand in the beginning. Both for him and the angels, all the sons of God. It's so clear, everybody, right? They have failed in every way to establish their false doctrine, which is why it's false. Right here, Colossians 1:18, that he might in all things, Trinitarians, all. Do you see that word right there? It was just used a couple verses earlier, and you insist it means all there. Right here. He has to be the first one. He has to hold preeminence in all things. Well, that means he has to be a creation. This means be first. Hold the first. Well, if you're not of that thing, you can't be first of that thing. Right. God can't be a preeminent creation because he's not a creation. But this firstborn, this beginning, exactly, from the dead, he's the first in all things, though. Not just being created from the dead is the beginning, like we read, Proverbs 8, Revelation 3, and right here, right, who is the beginning. So there's no mystery here. There's no Trinity here. There's just the truth, the Bible, and pagans here. And some nice people who might be misled. That's not for us to figure out. We try to help, do what we can. Let's get to Sam. He's gone. All right. So that was just an intro, though. That's so I don't have to keep referring back to this. Let's get into what Sam's talking about because he brings up a lot of craziness. He's gone, as we know. But we're going to go ahead and finish him off, right? Proper burial for this Bible butcher. It's rapist, sodomite, in a spiritual sense, of course. These are all spiritual terms reflective of the New Testament for liars and perverts. Sam has some good qualities. We don't think he's all bad. But as I was saying the other day, if you're 70, 80% evil, a liar, a pervert, I'm still not interested, okay? You can keep your 20% good. I'll hold out hope, but I'm not going to rely on it. All right, let's get to Sam. Let's bring up the butcher. First, actually, let me check on you guys. There could be a perv out, huh? Gotta watch that. Gotta watch the perving of the perv. See what happens here. That's true Bible first. Like Mr. Amino's doing okay. Mr. Animo. Just want to make sure there's no full perv out, Okay, good. Looks like you're fine. Okay, let's get to Sam. Now we know the perv out begins, right? Sam, this is the end for you, pal, and you really blew it in so many ways. I've already discussed much of it. Now we don't have to go back and read, okay? Trust me. It'll work out. Here he is.
And the earth and everything in them were completed.
Let me get his volume right again. I might have adjusted the volume since last show. Yeah. All right. This way it won't be too low for you guys or too high. Let's see how it is.
Now, what is in them?
Okay. That's good. So we're starting exactly where we left off last time with Sam at hour 2, minute 2, second 25. Here we go.
Heavens and the earth and everything in them were completed. Now, what is in them? Greg knows the Hebrew. And all their army. One of the names given to God is Yahweh Sevaot, the Lord of armies or host. all their host. It's not about the host of heaven and earth.
No, it's not. So let's just go back to Genesis again to show he's lying. Now, he's going to get into other texts to try to promote this lie that Genesis 1 is talking about the heavenly realms and the spirits. And even if it was, again, that wouldn't change anything because he would just be the beginning of those things as the beginning, like we read in Proverbs 8. But either way, it's not talking about that. So let's just stay focused on what he's saying. I'm going to bring up the Bible Hub. Oh, yeah. So Bible Hub. Let's go back to Genesis real quick, okay? It's really important. He's saying that it's talking about, when it refers to the heavens and the earth and all their hosts, army came to their completion in Genesis, the text he was referring to. He's saying that word hosts, armies, has to mean like, the angels, who are also called hosts. They're not called heaven's hosts, though, you pervert. They're called his hosts, as you're going to see. He gets it all wrong, misquotes all this stuff, Nehemiah, all of it. But he doesn't understand why Genesis refers to the things God makes in the physical heavens, the sun, the moon, and the stars that we read about in part 3. He doesn't understand why they're called armies, right? I'm going to show you right now. Let's look at Genesis 1, 16 through 18. So this is why it refers to the planets, the moons, the stars, the heavens, the army of the heavens. This is why it calls them the army of the heavens, right here. Verse 16, and made God 2 lights. We reviewed this further in part 3 if you want more. The great, the light, and the lesser light. The greater light and the lesser light. To rule. You see that? To rule, you pervert. Oh, where was I? Oh, no. I don't know why I did that. Oh, I must have hit that arrow. My apologies. To rule. We can look at the word, right? Sam likes to look up the Bible Hub, Strong's and other information, which is fine for basic information, right? Rule, dominion, authority, forces, rule. So he made the greater and the lesser light to rule the day and the night. And he made the stars. Verse 17. And set them God in the firmament of the heavens, the open space of the heavens he created, to shine upon the earth. Verse 18. And to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide between the light and darkness. That's why they're called the army of the heavens, Sam. Unfortunately, like we saw with your misinterpretation and butchering of Genesis 1:1, you don't read the context. You pretend you do, but you don't because you know it contradicts you. It contradicts you in terms of what was made in Genesis 1:1, all the way into chapter 2, which specifies it's a summary of those things, proving all the things described are what it's talking about, all of which are spiritual things, and none of which are spiritual things in Genesis 1. That it describes after verse 1, and that are summarized at the end and says this is the history we talked about in part 3. There's nothing described there about spiritual realms or beings. And the reference to them as the army of the heavens, not God's army, you pervert. We'll get into that in a minute. Is because they actually rule, right? They have dominion, authority over what? Day and night, dark and light, right? They're God's army of the heavens, Sam. Army of the heavens, not God's army. That's what the angels are, as you're going to see in all the texts he reads and misuses. He's a pervert. All right, so very clearly, again, he's miscontextualizing everything. He's miscontextualizing the descriptions in Genesis 1 to 2 that show very clearly it's talking about all physical things, physical universe and planets and all that's in them. It's talking about those things as the army of the heavens because they rule over the day, night, light, darkness. So if you listen to Sam, though, you're going to be totally deceived and not know anything except false doctrine, right?
Here is where you're going to see it's not just the physical universe.
Yes, it is. It specifies that in detail that you ignore, and you're just lying. So you can say all you want. You can, hypnotize yourself and talk to yourself and lie to yourself all day long, my friend. You can do video after video, gaslight yourself and everybody else. It's not going to change reality. No, reality is actually what it says. Right. Heavens and the earth were created, and then it goes on to only describe physical things. And that the heavenly physical things described actually rule. Right. So you miss everything so you can lie. That's it. And all we're hearing you is tell yourself lies to deny the truth.
Because Nehemiah, echoing the Genesis account and the Exodus account.
When he says Nehemiah, he means Nehemiah. The same thing. He's going to get to another text. We'll go to it.
He tells you that the heavens and their host means the heavenly realm and the angelic host.
No, it doesn't. In fact, it says something totally different, as you're going to see. He's just lying again, everybody. And if you don't check him, he's really good at lying, okay? How many times do I have to tell you? If you don't check every single thing these guys say, don't get involved, don't even listen to them. It's not worth it. You're going to fill your head with so much retardation, you'll never be normal again.
It's all creation. So the word was there when the creation of heaven and the earth was yet to come into being.
You hear what he said? That's lie in terms of what it says, number one. It doesn't say that at all, you pervert. It says the word was in the beginning with God. That's it. The angels were there too. We read it very clearly. So was created wisdom. We read it very clearly. He just butchered it and said the word was there before that. He's a liar.
Now prove it.
Well, you don't prove it. So what now?
Systematically, even though he doesn't believe creation ex nihilo, he says that's scientifically impossible. It's interesting what we can tell God he can and cannot do.
I don't say it's scientifically impossible. It is. My video on it, which you read and you referenced, I quote scientific works. It's not a dispute, Sam. There's not a competing theory that has any evidence to show creation ex nihilo is possible. Just think about that, right? And the whole concept is ridiculous, like dual nature, right? All their stuff. You guys are crazy, everybody. Okay? They're literally using a disproven physics that what's possible in the physical, according to the physical laws that God has laid down in creating things. He says, it's interesting. You're going to say God can't do something in contradiction to everything he says can be done, right? No, I'm just going to go based on the evidence. How about that? You have none, and you're going with that? You see, everyone, they literally follow lies, just inventions, imaginations. This is just an invention. Creation from nothing, like literally using nothing, because if you're using something, it's not nothing. That doesn't even make sense, and it's not possible scientifically. They still believe it. Also, they can promote this later pagan doctrine of the Word being eternal and sharing the same nature, in total defiance of all these texts we've been reading. Crazy stuff.
Because he has to bend to the limitations of finite, imperfect minds and their understanding of science.
No, just read the Bible. Very clearly says all things are of the Father. Very clearly says he's energy, and that's all consistent with scientific principles and teachings that are according to his laws, you pervert. This isn't theory, okay? This isn't us just coming up with something like you guys do and saying, well, time travel might be possible, right? No. So we're dealing with someone who's not only biblically, gone, right? The only thing he's good at is his lies and false doctrine, so he can protect his ego and try to make people he knows feel better about themselves while they all go down together. That's it. And then they get emotional and bring up their family, and while they're insulting your mother, they cry over their mother as if anyone's mother has anything to do with the truth.
Interesting. All right. But anyway, Nehemiah, here it is. Remember the word army. Savaot, right? Heavens, earth, their host. Nehemiah 9:6. Watch here. You alone are Jehovah. You made the heavens, yes, the heaven of heavens, and all their army. Here's that word.
So, did everyone just hear what he's never going to discuss? Was that clear to all of you when he read it? I'm pausing here because he never brings it up, and he just read it. He does it all the time, right? He's blind as a perverted bat. Everyone see the difference here? Right? Guy's gone. Where does Genesis 1 refer to the heaven of the heavens, you pervert? Right? Guy's crazy. And there wouldn't be any problem, as we just saw from Genesis 1:16-18, with referring to the things in the physical universe as an army. They literally rule and have dominion and authority, pervert. So, referring to them here as that very same army that rules between night and day, day and darkness, where are you getting that this proves that there's spirit angels here, or the spirit heavens bowing down to him? That doesn't, we're talking about activity that isn't always. So the heaven of the heavens, all their army, the earth that is all in, the sea that all that is in them, army of the heavens are bowing down to you, right? They all serve. And so what you could say, that's probably your strongest argument, Sam, that the bowing down part is like what only something a living being would do, right? But that doesn't prove it, because the army that we just saw is ruling the physical heavens could be figuratively seen as bowing down to God who created them and who keeps them standing. It says right there, look, in the middle of verse 6, you preserve them alive. And then the parallel is the army of the heavens are bowing down to you. So they're dependent upon him because they're creations, right? Without him, they're not going to be able to do anything at all or even be there. So I don't think that using bowing down to you necessarily proves this is talking about spirit beings being created. But even if it is, it's talking about the heaven of the heavens, you pervert. And as I said a moment ago, you absolutely ignore that and act like it's just the same as us, heavens. Yeah, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Same thing as Nehemiah 9:6. Oh, does Nehemiah 9:6 say heavens and the earth? Oh, it doesn't? It says heaven of the heavens? Oh, that's totally different, right? You want to show me where it says heaven of the heavens in Genesis 1, you pervert? Exactly. Oh. Okay, well, so let's see what else he says here.
The earth and all that is on it, the seas and all that is in them, and you preserve all of them alive, and the army of the heavens are bowing down to you. Nehemiah is echoing Genesis 1 and 2. The heavens there refers to all the heavens, their host, not just the physical universe.
Good. So he said the heavens there refers to that. Well, then what does the heaven of the heavens refer to, you pervert? So, yeah, there are things here that are echoing Genesis 1, but so was Proverbs 8. So is Colossians 1. So does John 1. But they all also talk about other things, don't they? That aren't talked about in Genesis 1. So the fact that you're just showing that it's talking about an account that has similarities with Genesis 1, the creation of heavens and the earth, doesn't prove anything. You literally just focused on the one part, heavens, and ignored heaven of the heavens. So it's pretty wild how insane you are that you could just read right past that and not see any difference at all with what's said in Genesis 1. Pretty wild, man. But actually consistent with you, but it's still it's still bizarre every time I see it.
Yes, the rest of the account is talking about the physical universe.
Not just that, Sam. It says this is the history of the heavens and the earth. So if the whole history described prior to that is of the physical heavens and the earth, what is it you're not understanding? Right? There's no description of any pre-physical creation history. You get that in Proverbs 8. You get that more in Colossians 1. You get that more in, well, a little bit in John 1, but at the same time, in the beginning, right? So you just gain more information about the same time, which you also get in Job 38. So you're fixated on John 1 that doesn't prove your doctrine, is disproven by Job 38 that shows the other sons of God, all the sons of God were there, proving Jesus was the Son of God, firstborn of all creation, at that time, before the heavens, the earth was made, before anything was put in the heavens, the actual space was made in Genesis 1:1. The actual earth that was formless and void was there. And so even the angels were there when it was laid as a foundation with no light and formless. They were there. It says that. When it was measured, they were there. So he's got it all wrong, doesn't even understand the argument, and he's just trying to confuse everybody with his lies.
But the heavens, inclusive of not just space and sky, but the heavenly realm and their host.
No, it doesn't say that anywhere here. You just added words that are your belief, but they're not actually in the text we're reading. So let's make a clear separation since you confuse everybody all the time with that. The Bible doesn't say what you just said. And in fact, what you just said ignores what it does say, that it in this text, Nehemiah 9:6, is referring to the heaven of the heavens and their army, you pervert. Okay? So, and we don't even know if the whole army and bowing down at the end of the verse is figurative for the army that is actually ruling according to Genesis 1:16-18, which you also completely ignored. Unbelievable.
It's referring to the entirety of creation, not just the physical universe, but the Arians have to insist it's the physical universe because they can't have the word there when there were no heavens, no heavenly realm, and no angelic host.
Well, the Bible never says that the word was in a place like that. It says he was in the beginning. Have you read John 1:1? Right. So what are you not understanding here? Why are you going off into this bizarre rambling about what Arians won't accept? First of all, again, it shows you're stupid. We're not Arians. I've made that very clear. So you don't know how to make a distinction, even though the whole creation ex nihilo, we're dealing with someone who's not qualified here, everybody. He's their best liar. That's it. He's gone. Okay? The guy makes up stuff and just claims we're Arians, which we're not, and says we can't handle the word being there where the Bible says he never was. The Bible says he was in the beginning with God. It says the angels were there too. So what is he talking about? He's just making this stuff up.
But sorry, we derive our theology from Scripture, not what we think the Scripture should say.
That's all you've been doing, is telling us what you think it says and ignoring what it actually says. I've been pointing that out very clearly. I don't think I need to give more examples. We got a permanent record for all time, my friend. There's no escape.
Now let me give you other translations so it sinks in. Because Greg is going to admit this. The imperfect tense of in. Watch here, guys. He's going to admit it.
I'm not going to admit what he says. Ain't is an imperfect tense, but he absolutely lies again, like he did in the last part. Just makes stuff up. He literally, again, says I say something he can't document, and I'm just left here as someone who's been openly lied about to thousands of people by a pervert. You'll see.
He's going to deny my exegesis. That's fine. Because now let me show it to you in another translation. So you get the point. What is the creation that Genesis is talking about? Thus, the heavens and the earth were completed, and all their hosts. So,
right. It's like I've been telling you, and I told you in part 3, and I've been telling everybody for a long time now. I have videos on Genesis, creation accounts, John 1:1, all of it. So right here, you can see, after all the things that we read in part 3, they're described in terms of the physical heavens and the earth. It says, thus the heavens and the earth were completed and all their hosts. And I just showed you earlier what any normal person who's not an idiot liar can see if you read verses 16 through 18, that the physical universal heavenly lights are armies.
So the Genesis account is including the heavens inclusive and the hosts.
No, it's not. That's why it doesn't describe the spirit heavens or any of the spirit beings from Genesis 1:1 to Genesis 2:1. Nothing, not even one single description of anything but something physical is provided. So you're going to follow someone who's ignoring the whole account and lying to you, or you're going to follow the Bible.
Not just the physical universe. You have to argue that in order to deny the fact that John 1 is talking about the creation of the entire heavenly realms.
I did that in part 3, and I've done it numerous times. It's very clearly only describing the physical creations. So you don't seem to see that Nehemiah is different, even though it obviously it is. You totally ignore the heaven of the heavens, and then that would potentially bring in the spirit realm. But that's not what Genesis 1 is describing, you pervert. So again, he's conflating all these texts, everybody, and acting like they're saying the same thing when they're not, right? Even if, I was getting to this earlier, even if we give him his argument that Genesis 1:1 is talking about all spiritual and physical things, why would that preclude Jesus from being included in that? It wouldn't, right? We just saw in Proverbs 8, in fact, that's the truth of the matter. But even just ignore Proverbs 8 for a minute. Where's he getting that the word can't be created in the beginning, which we saw Proverbs 8 explicitly teach, and then be in the beginning of Genesis 1? Right? And or even as he's saying, created in Genesis. If he's going to say that's everything, okay? Listen to this. Why couldn't Genesis 1 then be the same as Proverbs 8? So it says all this, right? It talks about the creation of the heavens and the earth in Sam's view, spiritual and physical. Well, it says the morning stars were there when the earth was made. So they would have had to have been made before that. So the only other things described that would be that, right? Because again, it only describes what it's talking about. So if they were created then the angels are the stars, right? The morning stars. And guess what, pervert? Jesus is the bright morning star, according to Revelation 22:16. So how would that then not be in line with what you're saying is taught in Genesis 1:1? It's talking about the creation of all things, blanket everything. That would include Jesus as the bright morning star and the angels as morning stars. Sorry, no Trinity. The only problem is that's not what it's talking about, you pervert, because there were no lights when the earth was made. That's why it's all dark. So I explained to you in part 3 and you don't understand. And it's a figurative reference to the angels as spiritual beings that already existed at that point, and that's why they shouted applause when the earth was made after it was formless and void. And they were there when it was even dimensionally laid down. So before it was created, you're wrong. Job 38 teaches the angels were there before the earth was created. That was in the beginning. So they're either before this whole beginning, or they were created earlier in the beginning, just like Jesus. Sorry, no Trinity, and nothing you have presented says anything but he was in the beginning. That's it. Just like the angels.
And all their hosts. Okay? Nehemiah 9:6. Now everyone else is getting this, right?
Let me go check something. I just think I heard Dot. I'll be right back. Okay. Let's get back to the burb.
Everyone else is getting this, right? You alone are Yahweh. You have made the heavens, the heaven of heavens with all their host. And I don't think I need to prove this to Greg, that the host here is not just the sun and the moon, the stars, which the pagans took to be gods and goddesses, but even the angels are called the host of heaven.
Well, what you're failing to recognize, even though it's right in front of your face and you've read it twice, it refers to the heaven of the heavens, you pervert. That's not what Genesis 1:1 is talking about. It's talking about the physical heavens and the earth, the second part, the heavens, not the heaven of the heavens. So if it wanted to say that, that's what it would say. You just keep conflating things because you're not an honest person, Sam. You're a liar. So, and also we saw, regardless of, we don't need to bring in pagan theology. Genesis explicitly uses terms for ruling and authority for the physical, heavenly sun, moon, and stars. That's the army of the heavens. It says the heaven of the heavens with all their host. And the heavenly host bows down to you. So let's actually take a look at that, because it's not heavenly.
Now, if you guys want me to show you that in scripture, I will. For you.
Oh, I'm sorry. So let's just go ahead and take a look at this text in Nehemiah 6, because he's got it wrong. He's the Hebrew uses plurals, but the Greek makes it more clear. So let's just take a quick look at Nehemiah, because it's important to see where he's getting it wrong, in addition to everything else I just said. Nehemiah 9, 6. Came to pass, when you heard Sanballat and Tobiah and Geshem and the Arab and the rest of our enemies, that I had rebuilt the wall. I'm sorry, verse 9. For they all were trying to make afraid of us, saying they will be weak in their hands in the work, it will not be made. I'm sorry, 9:6. My bad. Here we go. You are Yahweh alone. You have made the heaven, right? So it's a plural, right? Hashamayim. The heaven of the heavens. Shemei ha-shamayim. And this is what Sam doesn't understand, everybody. It refers first to heaven or heavens. It's a plural, but again, Hebrew plurals aren't always numerical plurals. We'll look at the Greek in a moment so you can see how they interpret it. But it says, made the heavens, right? This 8 right here, Aleph Tau, is a marker for the object of the verb. Have made heaven. Ha-shamayim. Shemei ha-shamayim. There's 2 different references there. And all their host. And the host of heaven, ha-shamayim, worships you. So see, they're all plural. Shamayim, ha-shamayim. Let's look at the Greek. You made the heaven, singular. The heaven of the heaven. So you, and then epoesas, you made ton uranon. The heaven of the heaven. And all their army. But look at the end. And to you they're worshiping the army of the heavens. So, to me, that combines them, right? It proves the separation. You've got the heaven of the heaven, totally different from Genesis 1, which is just heaven in the singular. But then you have it proven that there's 2 heavens here at the end with the plural ton uranon. The Hebrew doesn't make that clear because they're all plurals. But the translators knew Hebrew a lot better than all of us did. And while they're not perfect, and there may be some variance, the fact is this is consistent with Genesis 1. See, he's a liar, everyone. He totally avoids the key difference, even in the Hebrew, heavens of the heavens, if you want to take it as plural, or the heaven of the heaven. Either way, they're different. Proven by the plural at the end of verse 6. So this is why you got to watch out for Sam, right? He'll do things and he'll read verses and totally omit obvious differences, right? That totally change everything and make his attempt to make it equate to Genesis 1 ridiculous, like him. All right, let's get back to him. Little Bible pervert. I'm going to stop him from committing any more sodomy. This is getting ridiculous, right, Sam? This is disgusting. Your behavior is not acceptable, even for a pervert like you, right? It's time to call the paddy wagon police. And it's time to get the pervert police out here to apprehend this pervert. Let's put an end to this, right? Something's got to be done. We'll do our part all the way until higher authorities take over.
For your benefit, I will show you in Scripture where the term host of heaven, heavenly host, refers to the angels. The earth and all that is on it, the seas and all that is in them. You give life to all of them, and the heavenly host bows down to you. Now, do you guys want me to show you where the host of heaven?
Okay, so once again, what Sam doesn't understand is this wouldn't change our argument, even if he's right, because it would just mean Jesus was created earlier in the beginning of Genesis 1, prior to the creation of the physical heavens and the earth that's described, and that we see in Proverbs 8, of course, and Colossians 1. But right here, right, he totally blows it. Doesn't understand the difference in the expression or description of the heavens described, showing it's not parallel with Genesis 1. It's talking about a whole nother type of heaven, which could then account for any kind of literal bowing down to Yahweh, if that's what's meant by the end of verse 6. which uses the plural, that has to also include the heavens, that the heaven is the heaven of the heavens, you pervert. So it's the army of all of them, proving again what I said with Genesis 1 is true. It's referring to the physical heavens army because they rule. And this text, the end of verse 6, using the plural, not shown here in the NIV, I believe, if that's what he's using, proves it.
Is a reference to angels as well. So that here when it says the heavens, Shemayim, inclusive of all the heavens?
No. What you're not understanding, once again, see, he's not looking at the plural and the thing. He's just saying inclusive, right? Nehemiah 9:6 explicitly said the heaven of the heaven in the Greek, heavens of heavens in the Hebrew, and at the end made it clear it's talking about two different things. So he's conflating those right here. He does that all the time, right? He's conflating heaven of the heavens with heavens in Genesis 2:1. He's so gone.
And all their hosts, though then Genesis 1, 2, and downwards now talks about the forming and fashioning of the physical universe. You want me to show you that the word host does refer to angels?
No one has said it doesn't refer to angels, Sam. Your argument is that it's referring to angels here in Genesis 2:1, but it's very clearly referring to the physical universal heavens and how they rule the day, the night, the light, and the darkness, just like Genesis 1 says and describes. Doesn't talk about the angelic hosts at all in Genesis 1. So there's no way Genesis 2:1 could be talking about them as part of its history, which it goes on to say in the context of what you're reading right here. It looks like you're using the Legacy Bible. But he's got it all wrong, right? He's conflating accounts again.
Okay, here you go. Doing it for your benefit, guys. All right, let's go here. 20 to 21. Bless Yahweh, you his angels, mighty in strength, you who perform his word, obeying the voice of his word. Bless Yahweh, all you hosts, you who serve him doing his will. This is parallelism. The hosts are the angels. The angels are the hosts. The hosts are the angels who obey his command, who do his will.
And that's true. But it doesn't say they're heavenly hosts here. So why are you making a parallel with Nehemiah 9 and Genesis 1 and 2? Right? Why don't you just make a parallel with the Israelite army, the hosts of the Israelite army in Joshua 5, Sam? Joshua 1 through 5. Right? So stupid and pathetic. It's unbelievable. But, so that wipes out this, right? It doesn't refer to the heavenly hosts at all. It says his hosts. So his are his angels. Yeah. Not heavenly hosts. Okay, now let's go back, right? Right before this, he read Genesis 2:1. Let me show you he's wrong in how he's applying that. Remember, he read the Legacy. Remember, look at what he showed right here. Right, see right there? He said, thus the heavens, and it has the plural there. And he conflated the heaven of the heavens of Nehemiah 6, right? So he doesn't even see the difference that's obviously made right there. But let's go ahead and take a look at the Bible Hub of Genesis 2. Because he's gone, right? He's using text. He's deliberately avoiding things. If you look at Genesis 2:1, right, so here's the let's go to the Hebrew first, right? So Genesis 2:1, thus were finished the heavens, hashamayim, right? Plural again. And it's often plural, even if it's singular, because it's intensive or majestic. It's the way the Hebrews often spoke about things like life, God, heavens, things like this. So it says it's got heavens in the plural again. But in the Greek, Okay, so there's a variant shown here. I'm looking at an edition of Rolf's over to my left here. I have on screen that I use for my translation. Rolf says, ha Uranos. Thus were completed the heavens. Singular. You can see here, Sweet's edition puts Rolf's reading, it looks like, or a variant in brackets, but that's actually the better reading. Sweet's is an older edition of the Septuagint. Rolf's is newer and usually more correct. But and in Sweet's it says ha cosmos. Right, so instead of Uranos, it says cosmos. It's not a plural, you pervert. And we just saw in Nehemiah, right? So Rolf's, the best translation of the Septuagint, the best version, has a singular in Genesis 2:1. But if we just go back to Nehemiah 9, remember? In the Septuagint, because they were all plural in the Hebrew, in the Septuagint, it said singular of the singular, and then said heavens, when it meant to combine both of them, the heaven of the heavens, and then the heavens, or heaven that's not the heaven of the heaven. Genesis 2:1 doesn't use the plural, you pervert. The Hebrew does, but it's the plural in all of these, but the Greek shows you very clearly this is how they understood it. And it's very obvious from the context and everything we've been telling you. You just don't understand it. This is just more evidence of your perversion. It's unbelievable. Let me just do a quick perv check. Then we'll get right back to the great pervert. Okay. Looks like you guys are doing good. All right, let's get back to him. He's gone.
Okay, here you go. Doing it for your benefit, guys. All right, let's go here. 20 to 21. Bless Yahweh, you his angels, mighty in strength, you who perform his word, obeying the voice of his word. Bless Yahweh, all you hosts.
All right, and we already reviewed this before I went back. It doesn't say heavenly hosts, you pervert. Where do you see the word heaven here? Exactly. We're not talking about the heavenly hosts.
You who serve him doing his will. This is parallelism. The hosts are the angels. The angels are the hosts. The hosts are the angels who obey his command, who do his will. See it? We got it? We got it? Okay, Psalm 148, 1 and 2. Praise Yah, praise Yahweh from the heavens. Praise him in the heights. Praise him all his angels. Praise him all his hosts. You see it?
Right. So where do you see heavenly hosts here? Just like with Psalm 103, 20 through 21, you're lying again. You're using one text, two texts that don't describe the same thing and saying they're the same thing, right? Did you read Genesis 1, 16 through 18, Sam? Did you never figure out how the heavenly planets, stars, and moons and suns and all that are ruling? They're the army. Well, even so, you would have thought Genesis 2:1 would have clued you in, but here we are. So another false analogy here. He's gone.
The angels are the hosts. The hosts are the angels. They're the ones in the heights and the heaven.
No. Well, they're not talking about the same thing. So it doesn't say heavenly hosts, okay? That's the parallel he's trying to make. It doesn't say army of the heavens, right? The angels may be his host. It says they're his hosts. And the angels are in heaven, right? That doesn't prove They're the army of the heavens described in Genesis 1 that's all physical, you pervert. And which is distinguished in Nehemiah 9:6 explicitly that you ignored. So, again, you're not using a parallel example. Nothing written here proves anything but that God's angels are his army and they live in heaven and praise him from there. It's not talking about explicitly heavenly armies, and it's certainly not paralleling it with the heavenly armies of Genesis 1 and 2. The armies that rule the day, the night, the light, and the darkness, you pervert.
Heavens. So, no, John 1 is not referring just to the physical universe.
It's referring to Genesis 1, which was referring only to the physical universe. This text here is not talking about anything but the fact that angels are God's army and praise him from heaven. We already proved that the the heavenly armies are what Genesis 1 is talking about. It literally, in several verses, describes them as ruling with authority over the day and the night, light and the darkness, you pervert. It literally summarizes everything that was created according to Genesis 1 and following in Genesis 2, and it's all physical. So what do you mean, no, John 1 is not talking about only physical? What else is there? You're just adding all these other verses that are talking about different things like Nehemiah 9 and saying, oh yeah, that's what Genesis 1 is talking about. No, that's not what Proverbs 8 is talking about either. It's not what Colossians 1 is talking about either. It's talking about the creation of the physical heavens and earth. Everything you see described, not one of which is anything spiritual. Game over. You're tilted.
Genesis 1, John 1 refer to the creation of the entire heavenly realms.
Where does it say that? Where does it in Genesis 1 or John 1 say they're referring to the creation of the entire heavenly realms? That's a pretty big addition to the text, you butcher, rapist, sodomite, pervert. So disgusting to hear you lie and blaspheme these texts like this. Your punishment will be deserving, and it can't get here soon enough, my friend.
All their hosts.
Where does it say all their hosts in Genesis 1 and John 1 and not explicitly describe physical things? Exactly, nowhere. You're a liar and a pervert.
Including the angelic hosts and the...
Where does it say, including the angelic hosts, in either Genesis 1 or John 1? Exactly, it doesn't. Another lie, perversion.
Physical realm. And John 1 says the word was already there before these things came into...
Did you hear him? He just lied and butchered the Bible again. Listen to this rapist.
The physical realm. And John 1 says the word was already there before these things came into existence.
The word, John 1 says the word was already there before these things came into existence. No, it says the word was in the beginning. And while I do believe he was there before the things made in the beginning were brought into existence, it doesn't say that. And combined with your misunderstanding of it, also saying something it doesn't say, namely it includes the angelic hosts in the spiritual realm, just is perversion on top of perversion, everybody. This guy's just sitting here just making up stuff. He's literally just sowing his sick and dying doctrine into these living texts and trying to kill it, trying to suffocate it. He's trying to rape it.
Existence. Now, another thing that Arians, like Craig, do, they'll say,
I'm not an Arian, proving you're stupid or a liar or both.
Well, hold on. Job 8:38, verses 4-7 says, the sons of God were there when God created the earth. Exactly. No one denies that.
Okay, did you hear what he just said? No one denies the angels were there when God created the earth. But yet he simultaneously denies the angels were there in the beginning, like the Word. Again, all John 1 says is the Word was in the beginning. Genesis 1 shows that in the beginning, the heavens and the earth were created. Well, Job 38 shows, as you're going to see again in a moment, The angels were there before the earth was created. So they were also there before the physical heavens were made, or at least the things in them, right? Not the space. But they could have been there as well before then. Just we don't know exactly when they were created relative to the Word, or Jesus, Proverbs 8, Colossians 1. So he's got it all wrong. And you got to really be careful, because now he's going to read Job 38 and try to show the angels weren't there before the heavens and the earth were created. Okay? With his failed understanding of what heavens are and failed understanding of what in the beginning is.
But it doesn't say they were there when he created the heavens.
That's not what we're trying to prove. We're trying to prove and are proving they were there in the beginning. That's what he's supposed to be addressing and never addresses. He's a liar. We've had to spend hours with this pervert over decades saying the same thing. He's an idiot or a liar or both. I think he's dishonest. He may be both. Because anyone who's too stupid to understand that in the beginning, the heavens and the earth were created, and that the angels were therefore in the beginning, because they were there before the earth was created, shouldn't be teaching the Bible.
Job 38, verses 4 to 7. You with me there? Job 38, verses 4 to 7. Where were you when I laid the foundation of the earth? Tell me, notice, the earth, not the heavens and the earth, because the angels could not be there prior to the heavens.
That's in his twisted understanding of the heavens, including the angels in the spirit realm, which it does not, as we've conclusively shown. But it still is not my point. My point is the angels are in the beginning. He's totally ignoring that, okay? Just think of all the time. Think of how many times my John 1:1 Trinity video, my John 1:1 Genesis 1 video, all the times I've explained this to this idiot. And he never once explains why the angels are in the beginning, if that's eternity like it is with the Word. See, Sam, it doesn't say the angels came into being in the beginning, just like it doesn't say that about the Word. Although in Proverbs 8, it does about wisdom, the Word, as the beginning of the beginning. Already covered it. What you're not showing is that there's any reason to believe the Word is eternal in John 1:1, you pervert. If he's in the beginning, that does not mean he's eternal. Job 38 proves it, no matter what you think of Genesis. Because we both agree the earth was created in the beginning. Therefore, I'm right and you're wrong.
The heavenly realm in which they dwell. Tell me if you know understanding. Who set its measurements, since you know, or who stretched the line on it? On what were its bases sunk? Or who laid its cornerstone? When the morning stars sang together and all the sons of God shouted for joy. Now, sons of God here is a reference to angels. That's why certain translations will say angels. Ancient versions will say angels of God. Yes, the sons of God were there when the earth's foundation was laid, because heaven has to be prior to the earth.
Right. Okay. Well, but what you're not understanding, you see that word in verse 7 that you read, but after reading it, like, was erased from your memory? See that word all? A-L-L, very last line of the text, verse 7. All the sons of God were here. So, since this is in the beginning, because the earth is literally being created right here, and they're there. They're already here, Sam. Right. Exactly. They're not being created here. No, you just said that. Exactly. So the angels are existing in the beginning when the earth is being created. Do you understand that now? Has it finally gotten through to you? Good. So stop saying that being in the beginning means you're eternal. Because only a dishonest idiot could fail to make that connection based on what you're reading right here. The Word is the only begotten Son of God, you pervert. And if all the sons of God were there in the beginning when the earth was made, then when John says, in the beginning was the Word, why are you seeing that as eternity? That's what we don't understand and believe you're lying to people about. It doesn't make a difference. So the Word's there in the beginning with God. So are the angels. You're showing us right here. All the sons of God are right here. Guess who that includes, pervert? Right. Just like John says, the Word, the only begotten God, the only begotten Son, same thing. All the sons are here, pervert. As the earth is being created. So what is it you're using to prove that the Word in John 1 is in eternity or before the beginning? Again, he's in the beginning, you pervert. What are you not going to ever understand about that? Why do you keep seeing that as mean he's before the beginning? Are the angels before the beginning by being in the beginning? No, right? So what is it you're having such a hard time with? Everything, right?
But there's not a single text that will show the angels were there before the heavens.
That's not my point. That's not my point. My point is, and always has been, and always will be, so this should be real easy, unless you're a grotesque liar and rapist, spiritually, which you are. My point has been, is, and will always be, the angels are in the beginning, before the earth was created. Now, I do believe that they're there before all the physical heavenly lights are created as well, because that's what Genesis 1 is talking about, and they're made after the earth that's made right here. So everything I'm saying is perfectly acceptable and consistent with the Bible. Your whole perversion is just to lie about what Genesis 1:1 and John 1:1 is referring to, ultimately, like the heavens being spirits and spiritual realm, while simultaneously having no evidence to support that and failing to understand that's not even relevant to my argument. My argument is you can't use John 1:1, in the beginning was the Word, to prove the Word is eternal. Do you understand now? Right. Because like you've been trying to show but don't understand and misrepresent, the angels are in the beginning with God too, right? All the sons of God. So where are you getting eternity from? You have not one single text to show that being in the beginning means you're eternal. Exactly. That's been removed from your category of Bible butchering verses. You can no longer use John 1:1 to butcher the beginning and eternity because of this text right here that's continuing to baffle you.
And yet Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, read in context, refers to the creation of the heavens and the earth, all the heavens, the heavenly realm.
Nope, you just lied again. In context, it's like the whole thing, right? Literally every verse. You don't have to break it up. You don't have to like look for it. From Genesis 1:1 to Genesis 2:1, there isn't one single spiritual thing described. Not one. Just the Holy Spirit. In total darkness, proving it's not God. 1 John. We had discussed last week. That aside, so he doesn't have a context, right? It's like their whole history thing. They don't have a history. They keep talking about how they have all this history. You don't have, no, your history's paganism, my friend. Okay, your context, pagan, right? Non-Christian, non-biblical, not even Jewish. You contradict the Septuagint. Yeah, right. It refuted you earlier. That's probably why you didn't use it. So please stop lying.
Host with the earth and everything on it. But the word was there when the heavens and the earth were yet to be brought into existence.
Okay, and where does it say that? Where does it say before the heavens were brought into existence, the word was there? Because everything, even in Proverbs 8, that are described is the physical things. And yet, wisdom is still the first thing created, you pervert. Sorry, you've got everything wrong.
And you early Christians were right.
You mean the New Testament Christians, which understood Jesus as the firstborn of all creation and totally understood that Genesis 1 is talking about the physical creations and how the armies of the heavens rule by day and by night and between dark and light, because that's, well, what it says. Yeah, of course we believe that.
Damn, you early Christians were right. Because now Greg is going to admit this. He's going to deny its implication and say, I'm wrong. That's okay.
Oh, why don't you grow up and stop speaking for other people and stop acting like a little pervert and baby? We've exposed and destroyed you. There's really no reason to take you seriously anymore, Sam. We'll give you credit where it's due. This game's over. You know, your church is failing. Your doctrine's been destroyed in every possible way. We'll keep that up. We're going to get more onto your idols and your pagan veneration of Mary and the saints and all this horrific blasphemy you, William, and all these pagan heretics keep running around lying to people about. You guys, your time is over. This false god's finished. You understand? Your lies about Genesis 1, John 1 is over, my friend. You have been defeated. The angels were in the beginning with God, just like the Word. No Trinity.
He can say I'm wrong.
I can prove you're wrong like I just did.
But watch here. Greg knows this. I'm preaching to the choir, dude. Greg knows this. And I'll deal with kathos if I have time. Kathos. Kathos. I'm going to deal with that. Greg, we're going to deal with it, son. I love you, Greg. Remember, I'm a pervert, Greg. Help me. I need counseling. Thank God.
You need a lot more than that, my friend, but you don't have anyone around you who has the guts to tell you to shut it down. You sound ridiculous and look stupid. So as long as you're going to be allowed to be on the loose as a maniac, the Protestants started this, everybody. The Catholics and the Eastern Orthodox pagans are just taking advantage of this maniac because they don't have anything left. Have you seen their defenders? They don't have anyone. You try defending paganism and false doctrine and see how far you get.
God, I'm not as far gone as Kelly. Thank you. Greg, at least you have made me happy. You say that Kelly is far gone on a whole worse level than me? Man, that made me happy. For a minute, I thought I was lost without hope. I thought there was no one more pathetic than me. You gave me hope, Greg.
Well, that was before. You became your own pope and collapsed and started attacking your own fellow Trinitarians again. Right, not just Protestants, but others, right? I mean, so, Sam, yeah, of course, Kelly does things that, I don't know. I don't know Kelly well enough, but he didn't do very well. But you have a whole history of this, Sam, and Kelly may just not know certain things, right? I don't know what Kelly's like studied, and I don't think it's acceptable what he said, but you have no excuse, okay? So, yeah, we give Kelly his own level for now, but Sam, I wouldn't get too proud about that. You're gone. I mean, you're a blasphemer, Sam. I mean, it's not didn't matter to you at all? A liar? Okay.
There's hope for me, man. There's hope for me. There's hope. All right. All things through him, right? I'm sorry. Yeah, let me go here. John 1:1. My apologies. I meant to go to John 1:1. There's hope for me. Again, he thought, there's hope, man. Now that we saw that NRK refers to the creation of God, Genesis 1 and 2, keep in mind, Genesis 1 and 2. This is referring to when all creation came into existence.
No, it's not. It's referring to all the physical things, universal and planetary, and everywhere within the physical universe that are literally described in detail in every verse of Genesis 1 through Genesis 2. So, he's just ignoring everything and replacing it with his lie.
not just the physical realm.
That is exactly what is described and it is referring to. All you did was quote other verses that are different from Genesis 1 and John 1 and what they refer to, conflate them, and lie.
Heavenly realm of the angels, space, sky, earth, right? It's referring to all of that.
Nope, it only referred to everything but the first things you said, the angels, spirit realm. Everything else is what it described, and because that's what it's referring to.
When that began, the word was already there.
No, the word was not already there before all the creations of the spirit, heavens, and angels. As the beginning, and then after that, yes. But he's in the beginning still. That's what you don't understand. So now what did he just lied. He said the word is before all that. That's not what Genesis 1 or John 1:1 says. Listen to him again.
All of that. When that began, the word was already there. It was
when that beginning began, the word was already there. Listen to it again.
When that began, the word was already there.
Right there. Where do you see that here? When that beginning of Genesis 1:1 began, the word was already there. No, it doesn't say anything about that beginning. It says in the beginning. Why do you keep adding words like before that beginning began? Do you see that here? You see what he does? This is what they all do, everybody. They literally just lie to you, replace what the Bible says with their perverted doctrine, and hope you don't notice it. Listen to him again. He's a liar.
All of that. When that began, the word was already there.
When that beginning began, the word was already there. Where does it say that? All John 1:1 and Genesis 1:1 say are in the beginning. We know that in that beginning, the heavens are made, the earth is made, and mankind is made. These are all physical things that are described in Genesis 1, 2, and everywhere else that this beginning is referenced. The spirit, heavens, realms, angels are never referred to as in the beginning, created in the beginning. So we have angels who are in the beginning because the heavens and the earth were created in the beginning. So regardless of whether you think they were created before the heavens were created, they were there before the earth was created, which puts them in the beginning. The word, since Job 38 talks about all sons of God, is also in the beginning. It doesn't say anything about him being there before the beginning began. You are a liar, and this is exactly why you are rightly called a rapist, butcher, and Bible sodomite.
It was already there. Watch here.
The word is there in the beginning, not before the beginning began, according to John 1 and Genesis 1. You're a liar.
Here, he knows this better than me.
Right, that's why I'm correcting you right now when you lie. You keep adding words. It just says the word is in the beginning. Genesis 1:1 says in the beginning. Job 38 shows the angels were in the beginning. So where are you getting before the beginning began or eternity out of any of these three accounts? Nowhere, because it's not there.
The verb in, N-R-K, in. I pronounce in so you can distinguish it from N. The imperfect tense of aimi. The imperfect tense refers to continuous action in the past, continuous past action. How far back into the past will be determined by the context.
And that is all true.
You understand? Let me repeat it for you guys. This verb, ein, refers to continuous past action. Action that extends into the past. How far back into the past will be determined by the context. But here, it says the word was existing when the beginning began. Well, if the...
He just did it again. Listen to that pervert. Oh, man. Listen to this.
Existing when the beginning began.
You just did it again. Right? Where does it say the beginning began here, you pervert? He's saying the use of the imperfect form of ein. The word was means he was there before the beginning began. Right after he just said it's modified by the context. Well, where in the context does it talk about before the beginning, you pervert? The context in his mind, right? Unbelievable. He just keeps saying that too. He just keeps lying about when the word existed because he knows saying he was in the beginning isn't enough. It's never been enough. They've just been lying to everybody the whole time.
Well, if the beginning is the beginning of all creation and the word was already existing.
That's not what John 1 or Genesis 1:1 is talking about, as we've shown, and as Genesis 1 descriptively details, it's talking about the physical creations of the heavens and the earth. He conflates other verses that don't relate to the same thing as we saw. Let's listen to what he says now.
That means his existence extends continuously beyond the beginning of the creation of all things.
Being in the beginning means his existence extends beyond, right? No, you pervert. Because where does it say that the word was before the beginning? Where does it say the word is before any of those things you described in this verse? It just says he was in the beginning. Well, so the angels are also in the beginning at the time the earth is being created. We just don't know if they were there before the physical heavens were created. The space stuff. But it doesn't tell us that the word was before that. It says the word was in that beginning. It's what we keep telling these guys, and they're just so... They're blind, everyone. They can't see it. It's like the John 12, Isaiah 53 Jews. They're not going to be able to see it. Would you want Sam seeing it? There's no wonder the Father's blinded this pervert. Who would want him trying to worship you with all his blasphemy and idols and lies? Maybe we should just give up on them. I mean, they can't see. They're literally blind as bats. He keeps looking right at it. In the beginning was the Word. He keeps saying the Word is before the beginning began. Where does it say that, Sam? It says he's in the beginning. Job 38 shows the angels are in the beginning. That's my whole argument, you pervert. And I've had to spend all this time unwinding your lies and waste my life with an idiot like you because there's even stupider people following you.
Guess what? That's why the early Christians and New Testament grammarians and scholars, Murray Harris will tell you, this shows the word's uncreated eternal existence.
No, it doesn't show anything like that. That's why you can't prove anything like that. I've destroyed Murray J. Harris. He's a liar. He's a pagan and a Trinitarian like you. And his arguments are pathetic, even worse than yours in some cases. We've just destroyed their whole understanding of John 1. Murray J. Harris doesn't have anything else to add to this. A.T. Robertson doesn't have anything else to add to this. They just say it's durative. He's existing, so he wasn't created in this beginning, which we all agree. Neither were the angels, pervert. You haven't shown that at all. No. You've just assumed it. And we've shown that they're in the beginning no matter what, even if the heavens are their creation. Because they're there in the beginning before the earth was created. We're not even told where at what point in the beginning the Word is. But it says all the sons of God were there in Job 38 before the earth was made. So right there, you have Old Testament justification for an angel, a son of God, being in the beginning with God. And not being God, but being a son of God who's also God, like Jesus argues and proves John 10.
Unlike creation, agenita, that came into existence, he's always existed.
That's not what it means or says. You're lying. Just like the other Trinitarians you mentioned, referenced. It just says he was in the beginning. And like you said earlier, before you start freaking out like right now, it's based on what the context says. The context is Genesis 1:1, you pervert, creation of the heavens and the earth. That's the beginning. And it extends all the way to Adam and Eve, like we saw in Mark. So the angels are in the beginning, just like the Word is, Job 38. Are you ever going to address that? Because you never have to date.
He's always been existing.
No verse in the Bible, certainly not John 1 or Genesis 1, teach that.
He's been existing even before the creation.
Nothing that we're reading says anything like that, unless you mean creation, that he was instrumental in bringing forth, which you're not even reading, other than verse 3, which you're not looking at.
There is no beginning to existence.
Sure there is. We just read in Proverbs 8, we read all over the place, the very terms firstborn, son, only begotten, all mean temporal beginning creation. It's real simple and clear. Everyone in the biblical times understood that with no exception. It only took you pagans to screw things up. But we're not talking about that here. We're talking about what John 1:1 means. And you guys lie to everybody, and you've been lying to everybody, and your fathers, your pagan liar Trinitarians, have lied to everybody about this stuff too. We're going to get to them, you little pervert. The Word is in the beginning with God. The angels were in the beginning with God. Game over. John 1:1 doesn't prove what you're saying.
In fact, Greg, you should remember in one of your videos that I responded to,
This is where he lies, makes stuff up again.
when someone said that in John 1:18, right, when it uses the word existing in the bosom of the Father, on, you argued, Greg, I can't find my video where I responded to it because, like I said, I don't watch myself. You argued, remember, on doesn't mean eternal preexistence. It means existence that is continuously in the future, meaning from that moment, future.
Okay, right. On.
You said, Greg, that if John wanted to show that Jesus has always existed, eternally preexisted, he would have used ain.
I never make that argument. Okay? He literally is just inventing something here that he doesn't document, and he claims he can't find it, right? This is what we're left with, people. Well, we got to get away from Sam. We'll destroy him a little bit longer, right? Because he's so popular and pathetic. Well, this guy's just, there's no point. And he's not reasonable. He makes stuff up. This is to enter his mind somehow. He's just putting words into my mouth right here and lying to everybody.
O ain, or ain, like in Revelation 1:8. That's your words, Greg. I don't know if you remember it. You go, if John wants to show that Christ existed eternally in the past, he would have used ain, not on. Ain.
No, I never make that argument. So again, we're dealing with someone he might be breaking down fast than usual. In fact, when I first heard him say this, I thought about, I just didn't understand what he's talking about. And I realized even in my Jehovah's Witnesses defendant books, when I talk about John 8:58 and how it uses ego eimi with a past referring expression, prin Abraham genestai, I note the variant reading to eimi, ego eimi, in some manuscripts is amen. Right? The first person imperfect verbal form of eimi. And I don't see that as like meaning he has to be eternal, right? So, unfortunately, I'm going to have to be the object of a blatant fabrication in this pervert's videos again. And he's going to answer for it.
Ain, not on, like in Revelation 1:8. O ain, ke. O on, ke. o erchomenos. Well, Greg, thank you for proving Christ is uncreated.
What did he just say, right? I mean, the guy's like insane. He earlier very clearly stated correctly that ein refers to past existence limited by the context. So John 1:1 is talking explicitly about the context of Genesis 1:1, in the beginning, right? He wants to go before the beginning, which isn't what it's talking about. So again, he's just making stuff up, which they always do. So why does Revelation 1:4-8 have to do with anything? That's the ha'ain, the one who was, right? So I'm just talking about, it's not saying he was in the beginning. It's not limiting the ha'ain for Ya'ol in Revelation to a specific context of the beginning, like it is in John 1:1, right? This is stuff we have to deal with.
Because that's the very verb John used in John 1. Ein, the verb you said, would be the verb that John would use if he wanted you to show that Christ has been existing eternally in the past.
No, I never said that. He's lying.
What more do you want John to say?
Well, I want you to stop lying. John is fine.
When all creation came into being, the word ein was already existing. I did a response to that, but I can't find it because I don't watch my videos.
Oh, I can't find it. The dog ate my homework.
But thank you for saying that, because I quoted you saying that.
Something I've never said. Awesome. Another lie we'll have to track down somewhere, I guess.
So guys, let me ask all of you. If John 1 has begun his gospel by telling you when the beginning began, the beginning of the creation of the heavens and the earth, their host, when creation came into being, the word was already existing. That means he's not one of the things that agenita came into existence. He was existing when those things came into being.
Right, just like the angels in Job 38. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. So all the sons of God are there watching God create the physical heavens and the earth, which is exactly what wisdom says, by the way. You're just lying to everybody and saying it means all creation, inclusive of angels in the spiritual realms where they live. So you're operating on a false premise you haven't proven and only disproven by everything you've read and that the Bible actually teaches. But let's let you continue with your perversion.
That means his existence is different from the existence of creation.
Right. Well, he's existing at the time all the heavens and the earth are created, just like the angels, because it's the physical, like it describes literally in Genesis 1. You're wrong. We're not going to let you out of that. You're defeated on that. Okay. You don't have any evidence to show in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth refers to anything but physical heavens and the earth that are described in that very chapter. You're just a liar and a pervert. The word is existing in that beginning. The angels are in that beginning before the earth is created. That's in the beginning. So the angels, the sons, because it's not talking about their existence or the heavens. That's why they're there, you pervert. But because you are gone, we'll entertain this idea that somehow the heavens does include their spiritual realm and existence. It doesn't change anything. John 1:1 doesn't say the word is before the beginning. It doesn't say he's before anything. It says he's in the beginning with God. That's it. That's all it says. And since we know being in the beginning with God doesn't mean you're eternal, Job 38, stop lying about what John 1:1 means. That's what we're telling you. You're liars about John 8, all of it. But why don't you at least start somewhere and stop lying to people and telling them that John 1:1 proves Jesus is eternal. No, it proves he's in the beginning before the creation of the heavens and the earth. And regardless of what heavens that is, the angels were there before the creation of the earth, putting them in the beginning as well. All the sons of God in the beginning as well, which would have to include the word.
His existence is not creaturely. He was.
Then you might as well say the angels' existence isn't creaturely, because they're never described as being created in these accounts either. No, they're existing when God's creating these things in the beginning, just like Job 38 says. You're just making stuff up that's not in here and saying things that aren't taught.
Was existing when all creation came into being.
That's not what it says. It says the Word was in the beginning. That's all it says, referring directly to Genesis 1. The beginning is a period of time that includes that, heavens and the earth creation, and extends at least to the creation of Adam and Eve, like we saw in Mark 10, according to Jesus. So Jesus is in the beginning as the Word. So are the angels as the sons of God in Job 38. Your argument is false, and John 1:1 does not teach the Word is eternal. You guys are liars. It's time to start retracting some of your false teachings before it's too late.
That means his existence is a separate category from creation.
No, it just means that he, like the angels, are existing at the time God's creating the heavens and the earth. Yeah, they're shouting out in applause. Didn't you read that in Job 38, Proverbs 8? Exactly. That's why we believe it.
So if he's already existing, and he's already existing with life in himself, and that life was his even before the creation of all things.
Where does it say that? Because John 5:26, the text, one of the main texts you're supposed to be referring to, says he was given that life. One of my unanswerable questions that you still can't answer, and that you've never answered, is how could they be sharing the same eternal nature if one has a type of life in himself, which is his nature, the other one doesn't have? They can't. Exactly. There's no Trinity. It's a fake God. It's a pagan God. There is no triune God. There is one God, the Father, pervert. And your blasphemy of him and his Son and his Spirit is coming to an end.
At what point in time did he receive it?
We just read it earlier from Proverbs 8. Check Colossians 1 as well. Oh, and the subject text, John 5:26. He certainly didn't have it from all eternity. He certainly didn't have the same life in himself the Father had. No Trinity.
Hold on. Let me repeat it again. If the Word was already existing, and Greg knows the Greek better than me, ein agenita or agenitu, come into being, ein was.
Right. It's not talking about the Word's creation, just like it's not talking about the angel's creation in Job 38. So the Word was in the beginning with God, and the angels were also in the beginning with God. They're not described as being created in Job 38. They're existing with God, shouting in applause as he's creating the earth in the beginning. So what is it you don't understand? If all the sons of God are there applauding as God's creating in the beginning, why can't the Word be one of those sons of God? Even wisdom says she was made first as the beginning of the beginning. And then after that, she was watching the Father create things and help put them together. Just like Job 38 describes, Genesis 1:6 describes. The Word is there with the other sons of God, helping the Father put them together. That's our theology, Sam. Has nothing to do with the Trinity, though.
Was existing, came into existence.
Right. The angels were existing in the beginning, Job 38, when God created the earth came into being. You see that? You see the difference between the angels existing in the beginning with God when he's creating the earth and the earth coming into being? Right. So why don't you see that as them being eternal? Right, because it doesn't have anything to do with it, right? They're just there when other things are coming into existence, and you can't handle that.
It's a contrast of two verbs.
We all know that, but it doesn't have anything to do with the point.
The word was existing, all things came to be, agenito.
The angels were existing in Job 38 before the earth was created. The earth came into being. Your point?
was existing, came into existence.
Angels were existing, earth came into existence.
Two different types of existences.
Two different types of existences. Job 38. What's your point again? Do you even remember? I doubt it.
One that's continuously existing in the past. One that...
Do you hear that? He just lied again. He just contradicted himself, actually, because earlier he said that ain is modified, limited by the context. This pervert just reverted back to their standard line that it means like eternally in the past. It sounded like he had gotten away from that a little because he knows I'll smash him on it like I just did. But now this pervert is reverting back to the old perversion. Listen again. Listen carefully.
Instances. One that's continuously existing in the past. One that comes into being.
One that's continuously existing in the past. That's not what ain means, you pervert. It means existing at the time referred to by the context in the statement. When is that? In the beginning. When were the angels there? In the beginning, before God created the earth, for sure. So, you're wrong and just lying to yourself again. It's really pathetic, and someone needs to stop this guy, okay? I mean, the destruction from his lies. You know, if we're going to do anything to try to limit the damage he does, Father's not going to let him do any damage that can't be undone. So whatever happens, happens. But this guy is a maniac. I mean, he's literally just inventing his theology and adding it to the Bible, right? Everything he's saying doesn't reflect what we've been reading.
So if the Word was already existing before creation came into being, and he's already existing with the ability to give life.
Doesn't say he was existing before creation came into being. It says he was in the beginning. See how he keeps using before and before began. None of that's in these texts. He's a liar.
That means he already had this ability with him before creation. So at what point did he receive it?
Oh, real simple. Before the creation of the other things in the beginning, like we read in Proverbs 8 and like we're taught in Colossians 1. He's the one who's first in all things, you pervert. And you've got the context of Genesis 1 and John 1 all wrong, which is why you butchered them and ignored literally every single verse in Genesis 1. He had to ignore and just butcher, right? And then say, oh, no, it's not everything it's explicitly talking about. No, it's something it's not talking about anywhere.
What point did he receive it?
Before the beginning of the physical heavens and the earth. Real simple. And before the angels, I'm sure. You read Proverbs 8, right? You just don't believe it? Real simple.
Scratching my mind. That means...
Colossians 1 also says he was firstborn before all the spirit, principalities, and powers as well. So, and it's over.
When an Arian jumps to John 5:26.
Yeah, the verse we're all supposed to be trying to figure out because he's too stupid to understand what being given life in yourself means. Means you didn't have it before. Means you're not sharing the same nature as the person who already had it before. You know, the word you keep adding to these texts here. Right. So the word's in the beginning. The angel's in the beginning. Doesn't prove either one are eternal. John 5:26 explicitly proves the Son is not eternal. He had to be given life he didn't have in himself before he was given it. Game over, no Trinity.
When an Arian jumps to John 5:26.
I'm not an Arian. You're a pervert. And you've been jumping away from John 5:26 since this whole thing started.
Or when an Arian says, see, Jesus can't be God if the Father appointed him the role to judge.
That's not what we say. We say he can't be a person of God because a person of God isn't a concept taught in the Bible. There's only one God, the Father, and others who are called gods, whether in heaven or on earth, doesn't break the scripture. 1 Corinthians 8:6, John 10, Psalm 82.
That means he's reading his view of what God can and cannot be into the text.
I don't even make that argument he just made, and he's been lying about me in other respects too. So again, we're off the train. We're off the track, everybody. Sam has collapsed.
As opposed to letting John tell you who God is, what he's like, and what God can and can be, so that if John has already told me Jesus is not the Father, he's a Son of God, the Word of God, and yet he is that Jehovah, Israel's God, that John the Baptist came to prepare for.
None of which is true, at least in terms of the last things he said, as we've proven in this series, showing he completely misrepresents and lies about the account in Isaiah. He doesn't even reveal that John isn't the one who's foretold to come. Elijah is, wrecking his whole argument with the parallel. All kinds of other stuff that shows this guy's not honest. Okay, he's a Trinitarian. He's not a Christian. He's an idolater. And he's part of the Catholic Church, everybody. And he might as well be part of the Eastern Orthodox, right? These are all pagans. They have nothing to, they literally reject the God and the Jesus of the Bible. God is not one God the Father to them. Jesus is not the firstborn of all creation who was given life by the Father who already had it. He's arguing against all of that right here.
Which is why he's the true light, the source of light, and life comes from him, and he preserves all things alive in unity with the Father and the Spirit. By golly, that means I must be interpreting what God can and cannot be incorrectly.
Oh, you definitely are, and you totally butchered the meaning of source, right? He tried to say that true meant source in the earlier parts of this discussion of John 5 and his butchering of verse 26, right? We totally evaporated and microwaved him, right? This guy's gone, right? There's going to be clips galore coming from this in the prior part. We're just going to finish him off. We're going to make sure nobody living or in the future ever takes this pervert seriously and thinks he defended anything but lies.
Because for John, there's no problem with the Father appointing the Son to judge. There's no problem for the Son granting the Son, for the Father granting the Son life in himself, and the Son still being Jehovah God, one with the Father.
Not possible. The Father has life in himself. That means he's not sharing the same nature with someone he has to give that life to. So, sorry, he can't be Jehovah eternally. Not possible. Guess what, though, Sam? Another verse that you totally butcher and ignore, Isaiah 43:7. Says God creates people that he calls by his own name for his glory. Says he even forms them. You know, like it earlier in Isaiah or elsewhere in Isaiah, it says he doesn't form idols and other gods like that, right? Because he's talking about those idols. That's the whole context. In Isaiah 43:7, though, it says God does create and form people he calls by his name for his own glory. So, no, you don't have to be Jehovah to be called by the name of Jehovah for Jehovah's glory. Ever read Philippians 2:9-11?
In the Spirit and not being a creature.
There's nothing wrong with being a creature. In fact, that's the whole reason he's exalted and glorified and given a name he didn't have before, proving he's not God eternally and, in fact, a creature.
So why should I have a problem?
There are many reasons you have problems, Sam. Many.
Why should I have a problem? You guys understand how not to interpret John 5:26?
Yeah, by running all the way to Isaiah and then all the way to John 1 and then everywhere else but the actual context of John 5, including the latter part of John 6, which you butchered as well and omitted verse 57, which also proves Jesus lives because of the Father. Who's the Father live because of, Sam? Exactly. No Trinity, not sharing the same nature, unanswerable questions. You have been destroyed.
Buddy, Nanwaya and Pope Tate, because we are temporal, finite creatures, we cannot help but speak of events as moments of time, as occurrences, past and future. So don't get technical, Pope Tate, before I send you packing. So if Jesus already had this life in him, which is why he...
It's not a question you can even ask. We know he didn't have that life in him. It's a factual position. He tells us that explicitly in John 5:26. Just as the Father has life in himself, so he has given the Son life in himself. We know for a fact he was given it in himself, proving he was created, because everything that's not sharing the uncreated nature of the Father is a creation. The whole point of being a son, by the way, which also means you're a creation. Exactly. Firstborn, even defined for us in the Bible, beginning of one's generative power. Exactly. Not applicable to the Father, though. No Trinity.
Could give life to all things that came into existence.
That's not what it says, so there's no point in even addressing it. We already know this is talking about Genesis 1, physical creations. Everything it actually describes. You butchered all those other texts from the Psalms and Nehemiah, showing they're not even parallel to what we're talking about here. You fail to understand that the heavenly bodies are actually an army that rules the day, the night, the light, and the darkness. You can't make any proper contextual connections. And you can't figure out that being given life proves you're not eternal and not sharing the same nature as the eternal life that already exists. Gone.
And he had this life in him already.
Nope. He says he had to be given that life. Sorry. When did that happen, Sam? The Father has this eternal life in him, right? It's talking about the life the Father has in himself. It couldn't be more explicit. Himself is the nature. The Father is the person. The nature is him. His spirit. God is spirit. John 4:24. So he has life in his spirit nature. And he gives it to the Son. You understand, you pervert? So if he's giving anything of his nature to the Son, they're not sharing the same nature. Right. If they were already sharing it, he would already have it. Like you guys lie about.
Continuously, prior to that moment in which all things came into existence, then he had it before creation came to be.
No, you're just misrepresenting the context of these accounts, lying to everybody that he had life before creation came to be, when in fact he himself tells you explicitly he had to be given life he didn't have before that was in the Father, proving they don't share the same nature. That's my argument, by the way, you pervert. My argument is he doesn't have the same nature as the Father, which disproves the Trinity. What you are also not addressing.
Well, if you had it before creation came to be, what do you have before creation?
Well, we don't have anything like what you're describing in any of these contexts we're talking about. So we're just listening to you fantasize again.
Well, you have God, uncreated, timeless, in the sense that God has no beginning, no end.
All right, well then why did Jesus have to be given life in himself? That's what you keep failing to understand. You keep using these terms, eternality, no beginning, no end. Okay, well then why does he not have the same nature as the Father? Then you would have to be a believer in more than one God. Like Jake Brancatello keeps saying, you're a polytheist then. Because they can't share the same nature. It's what you don't understand. It's why it's unanswerable. You're done. It's over. You've lost. This game is, the contest is finished, Sam. That's why you keep running. If they don't share the same nature, there's no homoousios. There's no pagan God here. There's one God, the Father. Right, and he has life in himself, his nature. The Son didn't. John 5:26.
As far as him creating time, that's another point. But I'm just saying that he has no beginning, no end. So he's always had it.
Where does it say he's always had life? Because he says he had to be given life in himself. Right, Father has life in himself. So there's a type of life the Father has in his nature that has to be given to the Son. It's real simple. When you're not a liar and a pagan, we don't have these problems.
So then what does it mean that the Father gave it to him? Here.
It means he didn't have it, and he's not sharing the Father's nature.
All things came into being through him, and apart from him, nothing came into being that has come into being. And it was life, and the life was the light of men.
In him was life. And who did he say gave him that life in him? Right here we know the Father gave him life before he came into the world, in himself. Because it says right here, in him was life. And Jesus says the Father gave him life in himself, in him. Sorry, picked the wrong side.
And the light shines in darkness. Darkness did not overtake it.
You see how he ran by that? In him was life. And when did he get that life in him? According to John 5:26. Exactly. No Trinity.
All right. So in him was life.
Yes.
And the life was the light of men. When? He had this life in him, which is why he was able to impart that life to creation when he brought into being.
Right. Because the Father created him, gave him life in himself, and then he was able to impart life to all things. The Father created all things through him. That's what that means. Just like in the resurrection. Galatians 1:1 specifies the Father raised him up from the dead as the firstborn. But in John 5, Jesus says his voice is going to raise the dead. As the Father gave him the authority and is essentially raising the dead through him. So he's the firstborn of all creation. He's the firstborn from the dead. The Father does it first, and then through him does everything else. So I don't understand why your whole problem here is you can't understand in the beginning. And that you keep saying before the beginning began and making up this lie about the spiritual heavens and angels that aren't nowhere described in Genesis 1. And these weird connections with verses that aren't the same. Just total lie. But it doesn't make any difference, right? If he's, whatever point he's created, like Proverbs 8 says, that's when he's given life. Right? Given life in himself. Either at his creation or sometime thereafter in order to impart it to others, probably right before he came into the earth for this specific assignment due to the prophecy of Genesis 3. Either way, he didn't have it because he's not God Almighty. He's not eternal. He's not sharing the same nature. Nope.
Or as Greg would say, brought through his agency.
No, that's what the Bible explicitly teaches in numerous places.
Because he doesn't like to call Jesus the creator.
It's nothing to do about liking. If the Bible taught it, then I would like it. I believe what the Bible says because it's been verified through history and archaeology and various other means that show it's reliable. It never says Jesus is the creator using contizo in an active sense. It does just the opposite, in fact. Only uses that of the Father and shows Jesus has a passive role in relation to the Father, just like we read in Proverbs 8.
We've dealt with that. So then if he already had it, which is why he could give life to creation and illuminate it, and he had it when creation did not exist.
None of those things he said are true, right? He's just, again, he keeps telling himself this lie about Genesis 1 and John 1, that it's before all creation existed. When all it says is the word was in the beginning, and Genesis 1 says in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. He's getting like before all creation out of both of those, right? Crazy.
Which he always had it. Then what?
Where does it say he always had this life? Do you see all this? I have to stop him. Like, the reason I have to stop him so often, everybody, is that this guy can barely get through a sentence without multiple lies. Can you hear this? This is crazy stuff. Well, he just keeps repeating this misinterpretation to keep fueling his further misinterpretations, right? He's looking right at a verse that says the Father has life and the Son is given that life. And then he says he always had it. Listen again.
And he had it when creation did not exist, which he always had it. Then what does it mean?
See? He always had it. Who cares if Jesus says he didn't always have it because the Father always had it and had to give it to him? Who cares, right? Why do you care about that? Oh, it's in the Bible? Oh, maybe that is a reason.
Does it mean that the Father gave it to him?
It is literally what it says in the verse we're reading, you pervert. You're a butcher and a sodomite.
This is where the fathers tell you why Trinitarianism triumphed.
And now we're going to run to the later pagan fathers that he barely knows. He's going to start lying about Arianism and the triumph and all this stuff we've already reviewed and exposed. He's been destroyed, okay? Church history is not this guy's forte. All he knows is a bunch of supposed Trinity texts, and that's it.
Trinitarianism destroyed Arianism, even though it keeps resurfacing and it keeps getting squashed. And why those who were appointed by the apostles.
No, because the dragon's in control and using beastly authority to persecute us like he's been doing ever since he merged with your pagan emperor and started changing the way Christianity was taught and practiced.
Their successors who preserved the scriptures, defended the scriptures.
The Dragon Church barely gave us one complete copy of the Bible, and it redacted one at that. It fought to keep the Bible out of the hands of people for over 1,000 years. It still does that today. It rapes the Bible of God's name, doesn't even know it or use it regularly. And we're supposed to look to you, huh? Yeah. And Athanasius didn't even have most of the writings when the whole Council of Nicaea controversy was getting underway. So they just all came together, right? Well, where are they all? How come we only got so few? Well, because you guys are perving out nonstop, and you want credit for that?
Died for the scriptures, who defended orthodoxy against the heretics, which is why Arianism and Sabellianism could never flourish. It had its moments, but then it dies out. But Trinitarianism has always been consistent.
Trinitarianism has consistently been at the forefront of every wicked thing these pagan churches have done. Not one God the Father worshipers.
Why they triumph? Because that spirit that inspired the writers of Scripture, illuminated them to correctly synthesize what the Bible teaches.
Not even close. Not only took you until the early 1st century to even get consubstantiality, you couldn't even get the Holy Spirit in there until later in the 4th century. It took you to the middle 5th century to come up with the dual nature doctrine that you lie to people about. That's nowhere taught in the Bible and contradicted by it everywhere. So, all you've got is this pagan history, this pagan pope with giant arches filled with false gods, giant idols of himself, in spite of John telling you, guard yourself from idols, not guard the idols, Sam. Lied about a vision. Yeah, you've been conquering everybody, Sam, because you've been following this pagan emperor's vision and using the sign of the cross to kill people and do things you're not supposed to be doing. You've been using the sign of the cross, images of Mary, pictures of Jesus, images, idols, everything the Bible says to guard yourself from and not be doing. That's your church. That's not the 1st century church. That's not the Christian church.
And this is where the doctrine of monarchia, the monarchy of the Father, comes to play. Do you have a few minutes to pack it? Because I'm going to do a part 2. I still have a lot more to come for in John 5, especially John 5:23, Kathos, and 1 John 2:6.
As you guys know from the prior part, I joined Sam's chat on this video. I was at the gym, heard him. He started really bad-mouthing me. So I came in, watched part 3 for more. And he shows you what I was writing. But at the very end, when I had to leave the parking lot after I left the gym, he made me a mod, so I stuck around, just listen, I didn't interrupt. But the participants in the chat were all being kind of nice to me. So I gave him a heart. And I have no bad blood, right? I don't hate Sam. He's a pervert and a liar. And he angers me often because of his lies, right? But we're not supposed to be hearing these lies. We're supposed to confront liars and tell them, what the hell? What do you do? What? So, yes, he's frustrating. It's upsetting. But we try to look at whatever part of him we can to find something good. There's just not much left that we can see because he won't stop, right? Guy won't stop lying. The guy is too insecure, pathetic, and he doesn't develop emotionally. He's not stable. So it's a difficult relationship.
Boy, we're going to have fun with that one. I may do it tonight. Guys, Lord willing, do you want me to come back tonight and do that? Do part 2 to John 5? Because remember, it's a weekend. I'm a loser. I got no family with me. Do you guys want me to come back? Because I said it's going to be about 2-3 parts. Did everyone understand what I just said? Okay, this is where the monarchy of the Father comes into play. And I'm going to use a passage that Greg loves. He loves the word character. I also did a response to your citation, I believe was from Clement, where you used character as you tried to undermine its full implication. I did a response to that, but I can't remember the video.
I don't know what he's talking about. I mean, in my video on Clement of Rome, I do point out the use of the term, which shows again that in Hebrews 1, we're talking about a creation, right? It's very obvious. But here again, we get Sam bringing up something I said about Clement's use of character. and him allegedly responding, but he doesn't reference it. He doesn't say what I said or what he said in response, and he can't find it.
Don't ask me, Craig. I don't watch myself. I don't.
Well, what am I supposed to do then, right? I've got someone telling me I'm wrong on my use of Clement over character, but I can't ask him about it. Oh, well, that's real helpful.
I don't like my voice. Anyway, here's the word. Greg knows this. Apolgasma, which is one of his texts to use to show that Jesus is personified wisdom and therefore the first of Jehovah's works.
Not only that, it proves that he's not sharing the same nature as Yahweh, because he's the brightness or reflection of Yahweh's glory. So, there you go.
Because this word apolgasma appears in Wisdom of Solomon, Wisdom 7:26. But here's what the Father saw. And they use Hebrews 1:3 and Wisdom 7:26. And they could see that since Jesus is identified as Jehovah, but he's not the Father, and he's not the Spirit, and he's Jehovah in the
Wisdom 7:26 just says wisdom is a reflection of God's light, right? The apolgasma of God's light. And Hebrews 1:3 says the reflection of his glory, or the outshining of his glory, depending on how you take it, passive or active. Well, let's let him finish. So he's bringing up these two texts and uses of apolgasma. He's going to go into the early church Trinitarian fathers. He's going to try to use these texts, Wisdom 7:26 and Hebrews 1:3, to justify the early church fathers' use of sun and light as a metaphor for the Trinity. He gets it all wrong.
The flesh, and Jehovah has been God from everlasting to everlasting, and Jehovah is a true light, source of light, and the source of life, which is why John could say that of Jesus.
No, John doesn't say that of Jesus. He doesn't ever call him the source of life. That's a lie, and we exposed that in prior parts of this series. So you just keep repeating the same lie that you also lied about me on, claiming I said that true means source. So it's just this unbelievable confluence of garbage.
But he's not the Father, and he's the radiance of the Father. Oh, my.
Right, he's not the one God the Father. He's the radiance of the one God the Father's glory.
Monarchia of the Father. What?
No monarchia. He's just not God the Father. He's not God. He's not sharing the same nature as the one God. He's a son of God. Yeah.
What is that? Who's the radiance of his glory? This word apolgasma. And by the way, I've given a shout out. I'll give a shout out again. I want to thank Greg. It's because of Greg's book. He forced me to go and study these sources and then learn and go as in-depth as I could. I've given him props for that. I've never lied about it. Okay? I've given him props. I thank him. Honestly, I do. This man was used by Jehovah Jesus to make me a stronger, better informed Trinitarian. So I have no doubt the Bible's Trinitarian.
Whatever. It's not like he's just coping.
Thank him for that. I really do. Now, he's convinced otherwise, that his debates has made him a stronger Arian.
I'm not an Arian. What?
May God have mercy on all of us. Okay, apolgasma. Here you go. The radiance. It's only used one other time in the, well, if you accept the shorter canon, it's never used in your Bible. If you accept the larger canon, the Deuterocanonicals as scripture. Now, Craig doesn't accept it as scripture, but he appeals to it, right? To show what the Jews thought about wisdom and how this shows that Jesus is wisdom persona. By the way, he schooled Carlos Xavier, by the way. Let me say something about Greg. I've said it before, and I haven't said it now that he's here. How many of you bear witness? I've said Greg is a beast when it comes to destroying. Can I say without getting flagged? Destroying macroevolution, showing that Genesis is actual history and science agrees with the Genesis account. He's a beast. He's a beast when it comes to the divine name. When it comes to the divine name, he's a beast in that area. He's a beast in destroying homosexuality, transgenderism. How many of you have heard me say that about him? And then I've told you, go learn from him in those areas.
That's a pretty good list. So I must be doing something right. Plus, he said I helped him with his Trinitarianism, indirectly, I guess. So he should be encouraging me to continue.
When it comes to divine name, he's one of the best. One of the best in its pronunciation and why we should use the name, at least in the Old Testament. And that he's one of the best in demolishing macroevolution.
More on the divine name coming soon, by the way. Nehemiah Gordon, all of it. I've been working hard behind the scenes. Let me get this Proverbs thing out, and then we're going to be doing a lot of divine name stuff. You'll see. And we're going to settle this once and for all.
And one of the best in annihilating transgenderism, homosexuality. He's phenomenal. And oh, by the way, he's the J. Dyer of Arianism. J. Dyer, the Orthodox philosopher and beast who destroys the one world agenda. This man also knows his stuff. And Greg can tell you, he knows quite a bit about Masonry, Masonic influence in films, and the one world agenda. The man is well versed. That's why I hope you become a Trinitarian, man. Damn. I swear if you're a Trinitarian, I'd work with you.
And, this is why we have the kind of relationship we have with Sam, right? We appreciate Sam, I've said many times, but just like he is with me, I have to be with him, right? We both believe each other is a Bible pervert and butcher. And that's just as simple as it is. It doesn't mean I don't respect Sam in any way or that I would be mean to him in person. I wouldn't. I would be nice and normal until he started lying, But, we're trying to defend people. We're trying to help our respective fellow believers not be deceived, okay? And this takes a lot of time. I've given a lot of time since Watchtower days to now to help people with these issues. So it's very important to me. And sometimes it bothers me when I feel like, people aren't listening. I understand why in some cases like Sam, right? What do we really expect here for him to just say, oh yeah, oh, Greg's right, I'm going to shut my channel down now and I become a one God the Father worshiper, right? And probably not. So we don't really have that outcome to look forward to. We're just sort of forced, at least me in this role, to deal with Sam because he's a public figure. He's lying about our God and our Messiah in the Bible. So, and we're each doing what we think is right. I think Sam has crossed many lines that I don't think I would cross, but, everyone has to answer the master. He's not my slave, and I'm not his. But I will hold him accountable for his false teachings, and that's what I'm doing.
Why, Greg? Why? Why? Man, I love you so much, dude.
It's not about you, Sam, and it's about the Bible. And it's about its teachings. I appreciate that your humanness is showing a little and you're expressing some goodwill, but this isn't how things work. It's about the truth, Sam. And if you want to be on my side, you're going to have to be on the side of the truth because that's the only thing I'm looking for, right? And you want to look at more than the authoritative texts and things we use to establish what's right and wrong, like with the Pope right now. So, either way, it's about the truth, Sam. Not about me, not about you. It's not about our relatives. It's not about our friends. Remember what Jesus said? And if you don't leave father, mother, sister, brother, everyone, not worthy. This is not easy. This is a challenge for everybody. And I just think sometimes you make it harder on us than it needs to be.
And he destroyed Tovia Singer on Psalm 22:16.
I think it was Yossi Feigenbaum, wasn't it? I have to look back at it.
Greg, why, man? Why? Damn it.
It's all about truth, Sam. You want to join me? You want to team up and light the world on fire with the truth about Jesus? I'm ready. That's what I'm doing on my own with hardly anybody but some, and we're growing. But that's how it is with us, Sam. Dragon isn't going to let us be the majority. He's not going to let us, as one God the Father worshipers, believers in the actual biblical created Jesus, firstborn. He's not going to let that happen. you're going to have to join us and be looked down upon by the world. If you want. You don't have to. But if you want to be on my side, unfortunately, because that's the way they treated the master, it's the only way it can go for us. I would say also, even though Mr. Mercer here is being nice and enforcing Sam's goodwill, I don't know that I would say Sam has given nothing but respect to me, right? Certainly, he's done more than that.
Man, if you just had been a Trinitarian, man, I'd come there and I'd live next to you and we'd go conquer the world. Why? All right, now, focus. Light years ahead of Kelly and Anthony, that's for sure. The radiance, apogasma. Okay, let's see what the meaning is. Damn, why did he have to be an heir? What happened, dude? Why couldn't your parents be Trinitarians, man? Damn it, Greg.
Well, you said I made you a better Trinitarian. So, even though I don't agree, you should be able to see there could be a reason why. Either way, let's get back to it.
Damn it. Why are you raised among the Jehovah's Witnesses? Damn. Life sucks, dude. It sucks. Damn.
Well, all you have to do is stop following this later teaching, Sam. Why can't we just agree to use the Bible? Right? Why can't we just start and end there and not go beyond it? I think that's a reasonable position.
Yeah, no, because I've always loved this guy. I have. Honestly, I've loved this guy. Put it this way. I don't like Anthony Rogers. I think he's a snake. This guy I love. Now, who being the radiance? Apogasma. Apogasma. And he's the radiance of his glory. Let's see this word. Here's the brilliance of the early Christians. Hear the brilliance of the early Christians. Because they read these passages. They believed in all of them. They synthesized all of them. They were not trying to import Greek pagan thought or philosophy. They had to use the language and the concepts of that time to articulate what they believed was in Scripture.
They literally finalized their doctrine because of a term contributed by a pagan emperor. So what are you talking about? That they didn't have any pagan influence, right? I mean, it's just hard to understand how you could say that when the primary term, right, literally the term that creates this whole division, homoousios, was contributed by a pagan emperor, a non-Christian. Hey, everybody knows he wasn't a Christian at that time. And yet, here you are complaining that we characterize your theology that way.
So they saw this word, and you'll find in their analogies with the
This text is as anti-Trinitarian as you can get, and they abuse it, misuse it, like you're about to go on and describe. But they weren't synthesizing New Testament texts when they came up with the Trinity. They were absolutely using Middle Platonic thinking and outright paganism in displacing the biblical terms.
The sun, S-U-N, and fire begets another fire, et cetera, without the time element, which Greg objects to, but that's okay. Here it is, apogasma. Let's look at it. Radiance, a light flashing forth, radiance, radiation, gleam. Apogasma, apo from which intensifies. Now, by the way, you Greek speakers, the way you'll find non-Greeks pronounce into Greek is their Erasmus pronunciation, like ha weos, ha kurios. I know you guys, it hurts your ears. How would you guys pronounce apo? Is it because you told
what he's talking about right now, this whole pronunciation of Greek stuff, every now and then he'll bring it up. And Sam's obviously involved with a lot of Greek Orthodox believers. And they're native Greek speakers, you know. It's not exactly the same as, obviously, the New Testament or Old Testament Greek, but there's similarities, and it's similar enough to where, obviously, they're more fluent in it than we are, right? But that doesn't mean they know what it was used for and the meaning of the terms and the grammar of the first century and earlier. It just means they have a better appreciation for some of the linguistic aspects, language aspects, and its history and development. So now pronunciation is one of those things where there's some dispute in terms of the Erasmian system that's typically used and taught for New Testament Greek. And the more modern Greek pronunciation, even of ancient Greek. But, okay, until the fact is, what these Greek Orthodox and Greek speakers tell Sam and try to say, no, this is how you pronounce it. Okay, we're not native Greek speakers. We those of us who have learned New Testament and ancient Greek through formal and informal study, yeah, we put in the work. We put in the work to learn the systems, grammatical systems, pronunciation systems that are taught. Okay, so regardless of which pronunciation system is more accurate for 2,000-year-old and earlier texts, including the Old Testament, that's not really relevant, okay? You Greek speakers, I understand you're a little more sensitive to it, so it stands out a little more because that's your language, right? Well, that's not our first language. We did the best we could to actually learn a foreign language and put in a lot of work. So the fact that we learned a system of pronunciation that may not be the same as the one you guys use really doesn't matter, okay? So unless we're talking about pronunciation issues like names like Jesus or God's name or the way certain terms were pronounced, that's the issue, the way it was pronounced. I mean, I don't think it could get more petty than people taking issue with what people have clearly spent the time to learn academically or on their own, right? So unless it's like a major problem, I think it's a waste of time for anybody. Sam gets more off on it because, again, he's around all these Greek Orthodox people. So it's on his mind more. He's trying to be more accurate. Give him credit for that. Okay, but who's more accurate or not still isn't a settled question, and it's not worth us arguing over unless it's an actual pronunciation issue, especially if we've already taken the time to learn another system of pronunciation. Okay? So that's all I'm going to say on that.
Me, Orthodox Christos, that latreo, it's not latreo, it's latrevo.
That's what you say and what they say. There's no evidence that's how it was pronounced in the first century. Whether it was or not, as I said, most of us non-Greek speakers, native Greek speakers, have learned the Erasmian or other systems. And so if you can figure out what we're saying, you should accept it and not be pathetic based on your modern understanding of pronunciation, regardless of whether it's correct.
Proskeneo, it's not proskeneo, it's proskenevo.
Again, these kinds of things are only going to get us more off track and caught up in things that don't matter, right? He's literally wasting time right here. He's thinking about it some more in his mind, so it's fine, but it's not necessary. None of us are speaking the actual words the way they were spoken in the first century. Not even the Greeks today, I don't think. How would they know? So they may be closer, but it's not relevant unless it's a pronunciation issue. So to tell people they're wrong, to say proskeneo, that's petty and pathetic. And you don't know that they're wrong. So just be careful when it's usually these other Greek people that take issue with it, but Sam's becoming more and more sensitive. I think he does it because he likes to use it against Dr. White.
So is this vagasma? You and your Greek, dude. It's all Greek to me.
Exactly. Just say it the way you've been taught to say it, Sam, so we can move on.
How the hell do you... Anyway, from which intensifies augazzo, shine, derived from augi or augi, dawn. Now notice, properly, someone who literally shines is radiant. Apogasma is only used in Hebrews 1:3 and Wisdom of Solomon 7:26. It refers to Christ's eternal radiance, supremely reflecting the effulgent glory of the Godhead. His eternal light breaks through all the darkness that speaks.
Okay, and he's just reading a commentary or description by obviously someone who believes in the Trinity, because Hebrews 1:3 doesn't say any of these things, and that's not what apogosma means. It doesn't mean eternal at all, right? So they're just adding that into these. This is what they always do. It just means the brightness, the emitted brightness, which is a separation from the source. It's not connected to it, whether it's light from the sun or brightness from glory. Or it's a reflection, and it can be used passively or actively. Active for outshining, passive for reflecting. But either way, it's not the thing that it's reflecting or the brightness of. So no Trinity. And no eternality.
Someone in spiritual ignorance, etc. Now, I want to see, there should be an entry that tells you that it refers to, yep, here it goes. To emit brightness. To emit brightness.
Right, emit. Emit means to come out from. Just like 1 Corinthians 8:6. He's the emitted brightness from the glory of God. Because he's not God. Right? God's not the emitted brightness of someone else's glory. Right? And yet here we see Jesus, pre-human Jesus, not called God, but the brightness of God's glory. Emitted brightness, separation.
And this from augi or avgi, apos chiasma, api kasma.
So you can see right there at the top, apalgazo, to emit brightness, right next to where I am. Right, very top, apalgasmo, to emit brightness. So all this other stuff they go into, this is what it means right there. Emit brightness, or reflection, if passive. That's it.
Api konisma, api chima. All right, anyway, you get the idea? This is referring to light being emitted. An object emitting light. An object emitting light. I want to see if they'll use it. Effulgence brightness, if they even use the sun here.
It doesn't refer to an object emitting light. It refers to the emitted light or brightness of an object. So he's got that wrong. He's confused himself.
Anyway, the word apogosma refers to an object emitting light. So it is apogosma.
No, it doesn't. And we'll play that again. It does not refer to an object emitting light. It refers to the brightness of an object that is emitted, or the reflection of that object. Listen to him again.
See? Emitting light. So it is apogosma. See? Apogosma. So the U, upsilon, you pronounce it as an object emitting light.
See right there. That's not what it means. It's the emitted light from an object or the reflection of an object.
So it is apogosma. See?
See, he's got one of the Greek Orthodox people giving him the Greek, modern Greek in pronunciation, which, again, just confuses people who've learned other systems of pronunciation for ancient Greek. So they just think they're better than everybody else because they're modern Greek. They see us the same as the ancient Greek. And whether that's true or not isn't really relevant and doesn't change anything unless we have a pronunciation issue. So just stop it.
Apogosma. So the U, upsilon, you pronounce it as a V, huh? All right, I'll try to pronounce it correctly. Apogosma. Apogosma. All right. All right, now, follow me. This word refers to an object that emits light.
No, it doesn't. We just read definitions, and its usage clearly showed it's the emitted light or brightness, or the reflection of an object. It's not the object emitting the brightness or being reflected.
That radiates light, okay?
No, it's the radiated light, or in this case, brightness.
We're going to use the word sun, S-U-N.
Then now he's going to change the word in Hebrews 1:3 to sun, because that's the analogy that the later pagan fathers used for the Trinity, which again doesn't support their view because they don't understand what light is from the sun. But it's not what Hebrews 1 is talking about. And either way, they're both referring to a separation when it talks about emitted brightness or light.
Remember, this is an analogy. Muslims, do not clip this and use it against me. This is an analogy. I'm not saying God the Father is a son. Son is temporal, finite, came into existence. So don't misquote me. The sun, light. Sun, light. With me there? We're almost done.
Well, that's not true. Sun does not equal light. The sun is the source of the light that is emitted from it, and separate from it, too. So, the analogy that later Trinitarians use is false because they didn't understand that. And that's why the Bible doesn't use sun and light. It uses glory and brightness.
Then I'll ask if you want me to do a part 2. Sunlight. So here, the metaphor, the analogy is, God the Father is the Son. God the Father is the Son. God the Father is the Son.
Again, this is not a biblical analogy. Well, let's just listen to it.
Now I'm going to put Jesus so I don't confuse you. Jesus is the light. Okay?
We just said the Son equals light and the Father equals the Son. So that would have to logically mean the Father is the light, which is the Son. He's crazy.
So right there, the early fathers saw the scriptures.
Really? Where does it talk about the sun and sunlight? That's not what Hebrews 1:3 is talking about. Again, you see how he is? This guy will read a verse and just rip out the words it actually uses, throw in 2 other words, sun and light, for glory and brightness or reflection, and pretend they're the same.
They're trying to be faithful to scriptures. I know Craig's saying, oh, they're not, they're dragging and they're perverted.
No doubt there.
They're almost as crazy as Sam. They're almost.
Well, we've been reading Athanasius, and that's probably where he's getting this from. He's been watching my videos because he's trying to catch up. He knows he's in trouble there. And Athanasius is crazy like Sam.
Off the rockers like Sam, especially Athanasius.
You see?
Contramundo. All right, anyway. You made me laugh so hard yesterday, Craig. I wish I could watch all 5 hours. You gave him a shellacking. Anyway, the Father is the Son. Jesus is the light. Right there, you have source, derivation, analogy. Right.
What is he talking about, right? It's not what Hebrews 1:3 uses or says at all. So what is this analogy he's talking about? Even his analogy doesn't work because, like I said, the light emitted from the sun is separate from it and not as old as the sun.
Right there. So when the fathers and the writers saw, the Father is the Son and Jesus is the light. Therefore, the Son of God is the light of the Father, meaning the Father must be the source of that light. So the Father is the source of the divine nature that the Son possesses. However, that doesn't mean the Son of God came into being, because just like the Son, S-U-N, cannot be a sun without light and heat, but for the sun to function as the sun, it always has to have its light and heat. Otherwise, it's not a sun, right? The Father, to be truly God, can only be God, always in union with his Son and eternal Spirit.
Yeah, he's just making stuff up here, right? And what he doesn't understand is the sun emits light, photons, that are seen as light when they hit our atmosphere. and our eyes process everything. So the analogy that the pagan fathers and he is using proves the Trinity is a false teaching. But he keeps trying to say that you can't have the sun without light and heat. Well, but if the sun itself is the only thing there, no one has seen the light and no one is feeling the heat. So you only have those emitted properties present when others are there. That's why it's when God creates Jesus as the emission of his brightness, of his glory, he and those created after him can now see his glory. So nothing he's saying proves anything. The sun is its own source of heat and light, and emits light only in the sense in which it was created to do so, that we could perceive it by our eyes when it hits the atmosphere. That's not what Hebrews 1:3 is talking about. It's talking about God's glory, which doesn't function in the same way that photons from the sun do. So it's a false analogy no matter how you look at it, other than the separation of the light from the sun, which is temporal, and the separation of the brightness, which is emitted from God's glory, which is also temporal. Because if there's no one created to see it, then there's no point, there's nothing to emit, right? It's just the glory existing on its own, like God was before he created Jesus. Then he created Jesus, other sons, now they can all see his glory. And feel whatever, right? His analogy with the sun doesn't hold, but it would be similar in either case.
So though the Father is the source, the divine nature originates from him, and the Son and Spirit possess the divine nature from the source in inseparable union.
Okay, inseparable union right there. Okay, that's not how light is in relation to the sun. It is separated, just like the emitted brightness and reflection is separate from God's glory. The reflection of God's glory isn't his glory, if passively in Hebrews 1:3, and the emitted brightness is not God's glory. It's the emitted brightness, just like the light from the sun is the emitted light. He keeps saying they're inseparable because he wants to have this consubstantiality, again, back to the pagan Constantine, and eternality to something that isn't eternal. All their analogies break down because they keep lying.
From him, right? Not apart from him. So the Father can be the source of the divine nature of the Son and the Spirit, because his nature is their nature.
That's not true, though. Proven by the very subject verse we're talking about, John 5:26. That's why the Father has life in himself, and he has to give it to the Son in himself, because they're not sharing the same self. That's the whole point. And you still haven't addressed it. And all the analogies that you're using in Hebrews 1:3 show the very thing we're talking about, that the Father is the source and the Son is a creation. There's no eternality or connection, inseparability between the sun and light that it emits. Just like there's no eternality and inseparability between God's glory and its reflection or emitted brightness.
And their nature originates from him eternally, timelessly, inseparably. So one can be the source and yet still coexist. This is how they came up with what's called the monarchia of the Father.
No, it's what all they are doing is over applying these analogies, right? So like in the same verse we're reading, Hebrews 1:3, where it also says he's the copy of God's being, the character. He's not really getting that here, but it's in the same verse. Okay, so literally that term character typically applies to, the image left, for example, by a ring, a signet ring in wax to seal a letter, for example. But we don't then argue that the signet ring is created, right? That's not the point. The point of the metaphors in Hebrews 1:3, the copy being stamped into existence or the emitted brightness of glory, is specific to those things. The relationship between Jesus and God's glory, he's the brightness or reflection, and the resemblance between him and the Father. He's the exact imprint. We don't then get licensed to argue that the one who imprinted Jesus is created because signet rings are also created, right? That's what they do. They think, well, if the sun is a good analogy, which isn't what it's used in the Bible doesn't use the sun and light like he's doing. He's just hijacking Hebrews 1:3, glory and brightness, and then trying to force you into later Trinitarian paganism, right? So, but he's over-applying the metaphor. He's trying to say, well, if Jesus is the emitted brightness of glory, well, if we use sun instead of glory and light instead of brightness, then the sun can only be the sun if there's eternal heat and light, right? No, that's not the point. The light from the sun is not eternal, and it only stays light or is seen as light and hot, warm, because of the sun's giving those qualities to it, or it being perceivable based on our atmosphere and our eyes. The same thing with Jesus' life. He only lives because the Father, he says that, I live because of the Father. John 6:57, with this pervert kept omitting the last several episodes. The liar. So just like the emitted brightness and the light from the sun has to stay light, perceived as light and be warm because of the sun, without the sun, the emitted light or brightness from the glory doesn't exist. Exactly. That's why Jesus had to be given life in himself, okay? He's the emitted light in Sam's analogy with the sun here. The only difference between his analogy and the pagan Trinitarians' use of it and what we're doing now is they think that the light is eternal like the sun. It's connected. That's not true. It's absolutely separate and arrives at our atmosphere and is perceived as light, the emissions from the sun. So, the analogy properly applied holds. The sun and God's glory are the source of Jesus' light and brightness. He created Jesus. He's the first one. He's the character, right? You can't get any more clear unless you're blind as a perverted bat like he is. All right, so we know right there that a proper analogy application shows that the sun is the reason the light exists. It's separate from the sun and depends on it for its existence. That's our belief. That's what those things are and how they should be applied. The Trinitarian pagans and this guy just lie to you. Again, they don't follow science when it contradicts their view. They're pagans. So the whole creation, they're gone. All their arguments are finished. This is just the dying throes of a maniac trying to find some security as he collapses. Everything he's been saying and discussing from Hebrews 1:3 and this whole sunlight analogy disproves the Trinity.
Because of these metaphors in the Bible. You got it? The Father is the Son. As the Son, he is the source. However, just like the Son cannot be truly the Son cannot truly be the Son apart from her light and heat, right? The Father cannot be ase, self-existent. Father cannot be truly God apart from his Son and Spirit.
Where does he get this, right? The Father can't be truly self-existent without the Son? What has he shown that shows that? He hasn't shown anything. He's just misapplying this analogy in an incorrect way and failing to recognize it disproves his own doctrine when applied properly. Just like Hebrews 1:3.
And that's why they concluded monarchia, the monarchy of the Father. And that's why John 5:26, if we read scripture line of scripture, the Son of God has always had life in himself.
Did you hear that? This guy literally just totally denied John 5:26. Listen to him again. He just said the Son has always had life in himself. The Son himself says the Father had to give it to him, or gave it to him, so he had to give it to him because he didn't have it. This guy is like literally openly denying the Messiah's teaching. Listen.
The Son of God has always had life in himself.
The Son of God has always had life in himself. Well, the Son of God says that's not true. The Father has life in himself. That's what it says. What he just said about the Son is what the Son said about the Father. And then the Son said the Father gave the Son life in himself, proving he didn't have it, contradicting this maniac, and proving they don't share the same nature.
Because he's always had it, because he's always possessed it, because he's always been in union with the Father, who's the source of that life.
Nothing that we've read or reviewed from the Bible says anything like what he just said, and everything we read and reviewed contradicts what he just said.
So the Father is the source of that life that the Son and Spirit possesses. So the term granting has nothing to do with time.
Giving someone something, nothing to do with time. Did you hear that? And the guy's gone. He doesn't even know what time is. He wouldn't get into it earlier. He never defines it. We've already seen what it is just by reading Genesis. So again, he's just running from the truth again. He doesn't believe the Bible. That's why he never talks about time, because he knows the Bible won't agree with him. He's again saying the Son always had this life, and now he's just lying to people and saying being given life, that doesn't mean you didn't have it in you. No, the Father had it in him, and so that clearly means he wasn't given it. The Son actually was given it, and that also doesn't mean he was given it. So what's the difference, right? Why couldn't the Father just be given it then too? Oh, because he already has it, and he's not sharing the same nature with the Son? Otherwise, the Son would already have it, but he's not, so he had to be given it. No Trinity.
Granting in the sense that this life that the Son has to give to others is from the Father, but he's always had it because he's always been in union with the Father, and the Father has never been apart from the Son.
So the Father had to give it to him, but he's always had it. That's what he just said. No, it doesn't say anything like what you just said. It says the exact opposite, and you're lying and smiling about it. He's pretty pumped up about his butchering, huh? You little pervert. You little angel worshiping pervert. Wipe that smile off your face.
That's why I told you by the time I'm done, you're going to love.
Saying he just deceived this POJOGA3 guy. Gone, right? They think he killed it, and all he did was kill him and them.
The early Christians, much more than you already do, and you're going to see they were truly servants of the Spirit, truly filled by the Spirit. They truly understood the scriptures, which the Spirit used them to preserve and die for. This is why Trinitarianism is flourishing and all other views are being destroyed. If you properly understand what the Bible teaches about Father, Son, and Spirit, and understand what they saw, because what they saw is biblical.
Nope, not according to what you've been telling us, and none of the Trinitarian fathers you're referencing follow the Bible either. That's pretty much it with him, everyone. At this point, he breaks off and just collapses for a couple minutes, having proven nothing, having disproven all of his beliefs, and shown he's a liar, right? I mean, he literally makes stuff up several times. He said, I said things I've never said, and used it as part of his argument. So we're dealing with someone we all know can't be trusted. He's kind of a likable guy in some ways, but he's so unpredictable. There's no point in even trying to cultivate anything useful with him until he collapses, repents, and is reborn, if possible. But the volume of lies, deception, and just outright paganism coming from these guys, right? They're collapsing, right? I mean, we're rising. We've never, even with the dragon and his beastly authority and pagan popes and lying apologists and keeping the Bible out of our hands, and they still can't get rid of us. Who does that remind you of? The seed of the woman, who even before the dragon sprouted two horns like a lamb and started lying to everybody about the God of the Bible, the Messiah of the Bible, and about the Bible. Even before that, while he was acting like a full-blown pagan beast and persecuting us and killing us, he still couldn't get rid of us. So then he tried to mass deceive us, and he still can't get rid of us. And here's a newsflash for you perverts. You will never get rid of us, because we worship one God the Father in spirit and truth. We praise the God Yahweh, the one God of the Bible, the God of the Messiah of the Bible, and the one whose name will be praised by all living things, according to Revelation 19. That's right, Jah. Let me just say hi to whoever's still here. This is the end of Sam's 8:17:24 video. Total, right? So next Thursday, we will return to a open forum Q&A. I'll take whatever questions I get before or during the show. And we'll spend a couple months just detoxifying from Sam's paganism, right? It's just, whoa, guy's gone, you know? So, Tarantula Clan, George Lopez talks about question about Revelation 1, 4, and 8 and coming. Right, both the Father and the Son are coming in the New Testament. In fact, if you look at Jesus saying, I think it's in Mark or Matthew, George Lopez, we don't have time right now. Jesus says he's coming in the glory of his Father, right? So obviously the Father's going to be there too. And that's exactly what we read all throughout Revelation. So there shouldn't really be much confusion, right? Just like with the whole voice in the wilderness coming, it's the Father all the time. He's just coming through these angel sons, always from Genesis to Revelation. So I hope you guys have enjoyed our total destruction of Sam and his patheticness. We'll get back to it another time. Again, we'll take a little break. I'll be back this Saturday. Christian Witnesses of Jah live discussion. Angels of Jah. Won't tell you what book yet. You're going to like it. Until then, I hope you all have a wonderful Thursday evening and Friday night, Friday day, Saturday. And hopefully I'll see you Saturday afternoon, evening, depending on where you are. And until then, may Jah bless you. The one God of the Bible, in the name of the firstborn of all creation, Jesus of Nazareth.